Chapter 2670. Everyone turned to look at Lin Feng. Everyone looked at him curiously, wondering why Lin Feng was still so arrogant in front of three experts. Could it be that he thought he was going to die? So, he decided to go crazy? Thinking about it, that was indeed a possibility. Reckless fool. I really want to see how you're going to beg me to spare your dog life. Su Xianxia looked at Lin Feng coldly. He seemed to want to make a move on Lin Feng. Leave this kid to me, Zhao Qing said indifferently. He also wanted to make a move on Lin Feng. Are you guys trying to snatch this prey from me? And Yetian said with an indifferent expression. Surprisingly, the three of them were arguing. They all wanted to kill Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng not just for the sake of killing Lin Feng, but for the sake of killing Lin Feng. They were actually spying on some of Lin Feng's powerful divine abilities. After killing Lin Feng, they would search Lin Feng's soul. They would be able to obtain many divine abilities. Therefore, the three of them wanted to kill Lin Feng. No need to argue. Come at me together. I can't be bothered to attack 3 times. Lin Feng still had a very arrogant expression on his face. This guy is too arrogant. Many people clicked their tongues. Lin Feng's arrogance was beyond their expectations. The 3 experts looked gloomy. They had been looked down upon by Lin Feng again and again. The 3 of them were very angry. They looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of killing intent. I can kill you within 10 moves. Su Xianxia looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He was extremely confident in his own strength. How dare an ant-like thing like you jump out here? Zhao Qing sneered, extremely disdainful of Lin Feng. A lowly cultivator like you wouldn't even have the right to talk to me under normal circumstances. And Yetian became even more arrogant as he looked down at Lin Feng. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I'll let the 3 of you come at me together. I don't have time to waste on you. Lin Feng said indifferently. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Xianxia, Zhao Qing, and Yetian felt like vomiting blood. They had said so much, even mocking and ridiculing Lin Feng. It seemed that Lin Feng didn't take it to heart at all. All right, we can fulfill your wish. Cold killing intent appeared on the faces of the 3 men. They were very arrogant, so they were not willing to besiege Lin Feng. But now, they were completely enraged by Lin Feng. Therefore, he couldn't care less about anything else. They planned to besiege Lin Feng tomorrow. Of course, the 3 of them decided not to kill Lin Feng directly, because that would be letting Lin Feng off too easily. They decided to torture Lin Feng properly. They wanted to make Lin Feng beg for death. This was the only way to vent the anger in their hearts. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out. Su Xianxia condensed a yin-yang diagram. That yin and yang picture blotted out the sky and moved towards Lin Feng. On the other side, Zhao Qing made his move. He condensed a scarlet golden swanny beast. That ferocious beast was surrounded by flames and threw itself at Lin Feng. And Yetian condensed a black spear. The spear pierced through the void and pierced towards Lin Feng's body. They're attacking. The 3 of them are attacking together. That kid is probably going to be killed, right? One cultivator after another exclaimed in shock. It didn't matter if it was Su Xianxia, Zhao Qing, or Yetian. They were all top experts, especially in Yetian. He had obtained the inheritance of the Dark Fiend Lord. His cultivation was unfathomable. Now, all of them were attacking together. In many people's opinion, Lin Feng was doomed. Facing the attacks of the 3 experts, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He kept making hand seals. Then, a long river appeared. The long river flowed from afar. In the long river, a black tortoise carrying a wordless steel swam over. The black tortoise steel. This was a powerful ability that Lin Feng had obtained before. It was extremely terrifying. He didn't know what grade it was, but Lin Feng felt that it was far more powerful than an emperor technique. Every time he used the black tortoise steel, this divine ability was extremely taxing on one's magic power. Now, Lin Feng used it again. 1/3 of his energy was instantly drained. Of course, the black tortoise steel was powerful enough. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of violent collisions, the black tortoise steel broke through the 3 experts' abilities. Then, it charged towards the 3 experts. The 3 experts' expressions changed. They didn't expect Lin Feng's attack to be so powerful. They quickly used their abilities to block Lin Feng's black tortoise steel. However, the black tortoise steel was so powerful that it sent the three experts flying. Oh my god, it can't be, right? That kid is so powerful? Fighting one against three, and even repelling all three experts? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Everyone had an extremely shocked expression on their faces. Weak? You're too weak, Lin Feng sneered. He locked onto Su Xianxia and quickly rushed over to kill him. Yin-yang diagram. Su Xianxia couldn't help but shout coldly. His body turned into a yin-yang diagram and slashed towards Lin Feng. Su Xuanxia's cultivation was indeed powerful. However, Lin Feng felt that this person's strength should be about the same as a Boundary Emperor Realm cultivator who had reached the 30th to 40th stone steps. Zhao Qing should be around this level of strength as well. As for Yetian, he should be about the same as a Boundary Emperor Realm cultivator who had reached the 40th to 50th stone steps. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't estimate which level he was at. It was just his guess. Lin Feng's current strength was about the same as a Boundary Emperor Realm cultivator who had reached the 50th to 60th stone steps. Therefore, the three of them were no match for Lin Feng. Of course, the three of them were also peerless geniuses. They were only in the giant god realm, but they had such heaven-defying strength. The three of them were the top geniuses, but they encountered Lin Feng. Lin Feng was an even more monstrous existence. At this moment, Lin Feng used the Great Fate technique. The power of fate coiled around his palm. Then, Lin Feng threw a punch at the yin-yang diagram that Su Xianxia had turned into. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. Lin Feng's tyrannical attack landed on the yin-yang diagram that Su Xianxia had turned into. The attack directly knocked Su Xianxia back to his human form. Barf! Su Xianxia couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng instantly appeared in front of Su Xianxia and slapped his palm towards Su Xuanxia's head. That tyrannical blow directly slammed into Su Xuanxia's head, causing it to explode. Chapter 2671. Su Xianxia was dead. His body dissipated halfway through the fall. As for Lin Feng, he directly devoured Su Xuanxia's soul. Su Xuanxia's death caused a huge commotion. It was common knowledge that Su Xuanxia's cultivation was very strong. However, Su Xianxia was so powerful that he couldn't even resist Lin Feng. He was killed by Lin Feng. It was unbelievable and shocking. Everyone's face was filled with deep shock and emotion. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Who is that kid? How can he be so strong? Is he also from the celestial realm? Maybe he came from the Xinhuang realm? The spectating cultivators were in an uproar. They began to discuss Lin Feng's identity. Despite being besieged by three great experts and in such a dangerous situation, Lin Feng was still able to kill Su Xianxia so casually. The combat strength that Lin Feng had displayed was beyond everyone's imagination. Now, it's the two of you. Lin Feng looked coldly at Zhao Qing and Yetian, especially Yetian. Since he had obtained a part of the Dark Devil Lord's legacy, he must have some terrifying means. However, Yetian had hidden them very well. He hadn't revealed those heaven-defying means before. However, Lin Feng believed that Yetian would definitely use those terrifying ultimate moves against him. Kill. Lin Feng's voice was cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged at Yetian and Zhao Qing. This kid is too savage. We can't hold back. Zhao Qing couldn't help but shout coldly. Fine. Let's kill him with all our strength, Yetian said indifferently. Next, the two of them began to prepare a new attack. Zhao Qing conjured an ancient illusory world and controlled it to attack Lin Feng. The ancient illusory world was shrouded in mystery. It emitted a supreme aura and fluctuation. Undying Realm's shadow, someone exclaimed, recognizing the illusory world formed by Zhao Qing. It was the legendary illusory world of the Undying Realm, filled with endless mysteries. After the Undying Realm's phantom was summoned, it vaguely established a connection with the Undying Realm. Above the 9 heavens, a long river appeared. That was the power of the Undying World, and all of it poured into the Undying World's shadow. The Undying Realm that Zhao Qing summoned also became more and more real. And Yetian, on the other hand, used the Demon Lord's Descent divine ability. That skill turned into a dark space, and in that dark space, a gigantic cultivator walked towards Lin Feng. That mighty existence was the Dark Demon Lord, Darkness Devil Master. Born in the darkness, he was the master of darkness. Now, he stepped forward, and his aura locked onto Lin Feng. Waves of terrifying aura filled the air. Although the Darkness Demon Lord didn't have a real body and was only formed by the condensation of magical powers, it was still extremely terrifying. Many of the spectating cultivators were far away from the center of the battle, but they still couldn't bear the pressure emitted by the Darkness Demon Lord. Many of the cultivators flopped. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the Darkness Demon Lord. This divine ability should be the supreme divine ability passed down by the Darkness Demon Lord. It was an abnormally terrifying divine ability. This time, the divine ability that Zhao Qing and Yetian used was indeed powerful, and Lin Feng felt that it was troublesome. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a cold expression as he stepped forward in the void. Oh, the mighty Tao of Destiny. I am the master of the power of destiny. When destiny descends, I will become the eternity of the world, and nothing will be able to touch me. Lin Feng began to sing. He first used the great art of destiny, using it to resist the attacks of Zhao Qing and Yetian. Rumble. A loud sound shook the sky. The power of destiny seemed to have turned into a vast ocean, descending from the sky. As the second most heaven-defying great Tao among the 3,000 great Taos, the Tao of destiny was naturally terrifying. When the great art of destiny came crashing down, Zhao Qing's undying world was instantly shattered. And Yetian's Darkness Demon Lord was directly suppressed by the great art of destiny. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly rushed in front of Zhao Qing. He decided to get rid of Zhao Qing first. Although Zhao Qing was powerful, he wasn't as much of a threat as in Yetian. As long as he killed Zhao Qing, and Yetian wouldn't be able to survive alone. Then, it would be much easier to kill Yetian. Lin Feng had already predicted every step of the way. So now, he had to take every step carefully. Boom! Lin Feng exploded, directly using the powerful Demon Chaos Immortal Art to attack Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing's expression changed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. So he had no choice but to block Lin Feng's attack. Zhao Qing punched towards Lin Feng. Bam! The two attacks collided fiercely. Lin Feng didn't move at all, but Zhao Qing was sent flying. Lin Feng didn't give Zhao Qing any chance to resist. He quickly rushed in front of Zhao Qing and slashed out a dazzling blade light. Zhao Qing didn't have time to dodge. He only heard a ripping sound. Zhao Qing's body was directly torn into two. Zhao Qing was dead. Lin Feng devoured Zhao Qing's soul, waiting to refine it later. Zhao Qing is dead too. Too strong, really too strong. I'm afraid that Yetian can only die now. Yetian is ranked 10th among the 12 Dark Knights. His cultivation isn't considered the strongest among the 12 Dark Knights. The truly terrifying ones are the top 3. If that kid really kills Yetian, the rest of the Dark Knights won't let this matter rest. Then this is going to be interesting. If the rest of the Dark Knights attack together, even those existences from the celestial world will die at the hands of the Dark Knights. I wonder what that kid is going to do. The surrounding cultivators discussed fervently. At this moment, Lin Feng walked step by step towards Yetian. Without saying much, Lin Feng directly used the dragon elephant arm to attack Yetian. Demon Master's fist. Yetian couldn't help but roar. The surface of his body was surrounded by a demonic light, and there were crackling sounds coming from within his body. In his body, in an instant, it grew rapidly. In an instant, it doubled in size. After his body grew larger, Yetian's cultivation also increased greatly. Moreover, Yetian wanted to meet Lin Feng head-on. Chapter 2672. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, Lin Feng's fist and Yetian's fist collided violently. The void trembled violently. Waves of terrifying fluctuations swept across the heaven and earth, shaking the void. Dang dang dang. Lin Feng and Yetian retreated 3 steps at the same time. Yetian's body had enlarged. Under the premise that Lin Feng used the Dracophon arm, He was actually evenly matched with Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. His Dracophon arm could blow up a planet. However, it was blocked by Yetian. Yetian did not know what kind of powerful technique he had used. Lin Feng found it hard to believe that his physical body was so strong to such an extent. Yetian was actually even more shocked in his heart. This method of his could rapidly increase the strength of his physical body. In a short period of time, his physical body could even kill a real dragon. This method had been tried and tested time and time again. However, this time, he did not gain any advantage when facing Lin Feng. This made Yetian extremely shocked. He did not expect Lin Feng's physical body to be so strong. Lin Feng charged toward Yetian again. He swung his right arm and smashed it directly toward Yetian. Yetian's expression was indifferent. He did not retreat at all. At the same time, he quickly swept toward Lin Feng and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang, 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 bang. The two sides suddenly collided. They continuously exchanged dozens of punches. Every collision was like two ancient mountains crashing into each other, causing the void to tremble violently. The battle between the two sides could be said to be extremely intense. After dozens of collisions, Lin Feng began to circulate the 5 devouring martial spirits. When the 5 devouring martial spirits circulated, the power of Lin Feng's Dracophon arm suddenly increased by 5 times. This was the peak of Lin Feng's power. He once again charged towards Yetian. Yetian did not know that Lin Feng's strength had increased by 5 times. In Yetian's opinion, his cultivation level was higher than Lin Feng's, and their physical bodies were now evenly matched. However, Lin Feng's cultivation level was lower, and the first one to give up would definitely be Lin Feng. He waited until Lin Feng showed signs of fatigue. He would be able to kill them in one hit. Yetian's wishful thinking was extremely good, but dreams were often beautiful. Reality was cruel. Bang! The two sides collided once again. This time, Yetian was directly sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Wow! He spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair. The might of the Dracophon arm had increased by 5 times. It was hard to imagine how tyrannical the Dracophon arm would be at this moment. Although Yetian's physical body was strong, it could only be compared to Lin Feng when he used the Dracophon arm. It was far from being able to compete with Lin Feng when he used the quintuple strength of Dracophon arm. Yetian was injured. Lin Feng quickly charged towards Yetian and then punched at him. That punch directly shattered the void. If it landed on Yetian's body, he would definitely die without a burial place. Is Yetian going to be killed as well? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Many people's faces were filled with deep shock and emotion. Lin Feng's combat strength was too heaven-defying. It deeply shocked everyone. Even the unfathomable fairy of the heavenly realm looked at Lin Feng with her enchanting eyes, revealing a look of surprise. Clearly, Fairy of the heavenly realm had not expected Lin Feng to be so tyrannical. It was truly beyond her expectations. Just as Lin Feng's tyrannical punch was about to kill Yetian. Right at that moment, Yetian's body turned into a ball of demonic light and disappeared in an instant. Lin Feng's punch, on the other hand, landed in midair. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt a terrifying aura coming from behind him. He quickly moved to block it. Clang! A loud sound rang out. Lin Feng was sent flying by Yetian's punch, who had suddenly appeared behind him. What kind of technique is this? Lin Feng's expression sank slightly. He had clearly locked onto Yetian just now, but Yetian still managed to escape. Yetian's technique shocked Lin Feng. Do you think you can know my divine ability? Yetian looked coldly at Lin Feng. He walked towards Lin Feng. Then, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. After locking onto Yetian once again, Lin Feng threw a punch at him. This time, Yetian disappeared without a trace, just like before. Yetian appeared on Lin Feng's left. He condensed a long spear and held it in his hand. Then, he pierced it towards Lin Feng's body. Supreme Aura. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He instantly released his Supreme Aura. No matter how powerful Yetian was, once Lin Feng released his Supreme Aura, it would definitely be able to intimidate Yetian. Moreover, it would be able to restrict his movements. As expected, when Lin Feng released his Supreme Aura, and Yet Yin's body was immediately restricted. The long spear he condensed was instantly shattered. Go to hell. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. He quickly rushed towards Yet Yin and threw a punch at him. Once again, Yet Yin's body turned into demonic light. He wanted to disappear without a trace. However, this time, Yet Yin did not succeed. After his body turned into demonic light, Lin Feng's supreme aura imprisoned the demonic light that wanted to escape. Then, Lin Feng threw a punch at the demonic light. Yet Yin was beaten back to his human form by Lin Feng. In the next moment, Lin Feng arrived in front of Yet Yin and threw a punch at him. With a bang, Yet Yin's body exploded. He died on the spot. Lin Feng also devoured Yet Yin's soul. Then, he walked into the distance. Yet Yin is also dead. 3 great experts. Which one of them wasn't a top expert in their respective worlds? Now, they were all killed by a single person. That kid is too strong, isn't he? Everyone's heart seemed to have been set off by stormy waves. They could not calm down for a long time. Lin Feng sat on a mountain peak to adjust his breathing and recover. No one dared to disturb Lin Feng. Lin Feng's monstrous battle strength had stupefied everybody. 2 hours later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. After a great battle, he felt that his white tiger aura had improved. A battle of life and death could condense killing intent. It had a great effect on the cultivation of the white tiger aura. In the distance, waves of immortal light burst out. The heavenly fairy walked towards Lin Feng. Her body was surrounded by immortal light. She looked otherworldly and holy. The heavenly fairy landed on the mountain peak Lin Feng was on. You are the one who obtained the stone sword. The heavenly fairy looked at Lin Feng. Her eyes were calm. No one knew what she was thinking. Lin Feng was astonished. He hadn't thought that the celestial fairy would have noticed that he had obtained the stone sword. Chapter 2673. Lin Feng did not know why the heavenly realm fairy had found him and told him about the stone sword. But now that he was in control of the stone sword, no matter how powerful the heavenly realm fairy was, no matter how monstrous the heavenly realm fairy was, Lin Feng believed that with the power of the stone sword, he would not be afraid of the heavenly realm fairy. He was also not afraid of the heavenly realm fairies. Thus, he was not afraid of the heavenly realm fairies. The stone sword is indeed in my hands. Lin Feng nodded and said. The heavenly realm fairy said, You admitted it very straightforwardly. There's nothing to hide. Lin Feng said, You are very confident in yourself. The heavenly realm fairy looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and said, Many people are extremely confident in themselves. Lin Feng said, How did you get the stone sword? The heavenly realm fairy asked. It was obvious that she was still brooding over this matter. This was because the heavenly realm fairy knew the importance of the stone sword. She had always wanted to obtain the stone sword. She chased after it for a long time, but in the end, she did not succeed. Instead, the stone sword was obtained by Lin Feng. The heavenly realm fairy was naturally envious and jealous in her heart. Said Lin Feng, Maybe it's because he's been blessed by luck. The heavenly realm fairy knew that Lin Feng was unwilling to elaborate. She said, Perhaps I can use some things to exchange with you. What do you want? You can tell me all you want. Even if it's some powerful orthodoxy in the immortal world, I can tell you. The heavenly realm fairy was very interested in the stone sword. This treasure had always been a legendary treasure. She wanted to obtain it, even if she had to pay a huge price. Lin Feng said, Sorry, I don't have such plans. You can think about it again. Obtaining the orthodoxy and increasing your own strength is the most important thing. Although the stone sword is good, it is still an external object. The heavenly realm fairy still did not give up and began to persuade Lin Feng, wanting to change Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng naturally did not believe the heavenly realm fairy's words. Magic treasure. It was also a part of a cultivator's strength. I don't lack powerful orthodoxies, Lin Feng said. The heavenly realm fairy's voice was faint. No one knew what she was thinking at this moment. The heavenly realm fairy said, Why are you so stubborn? Sometimes, you will find that a transaction is beneficial to both sides. Lin Feng said indifferently, But everyone has the right to refuse a deal. Furthermore, I don't think the deal will benefit me. After losing the stone sword, my battle strength will be greatly weakened. It seems like you can already control the stone sword. The Heavenly Realm Fairy was very surprised. That's right, Lin Feng said. He deliberately said it for the Heavenly Realm Fairy to hear, because the Heavenly Realm Fairy's methods were very terrifying. If the Heavenly Realm Fairy made a move, it was not certain who would win in the end. Furthermore, the Heavenly Realm Fairy definitely did not come alone. She should have companions. Her companion should be on the Heavenly Immortal Path. Once he entered the Heavenly Immortal Path, it would be even more troublesome if the Heavenly Realm Fairies summoned their companions to besiege him. Now, Lin Feng told the Heavenly Realm Fairy the news of him controlling the stone sword. Actually, the deeper meaning is that I already control the stone sword. If I activate the stone sword, my combat strength will greatly increase. If anyone wants to snatch my stone sword, even if they succeed, at that time, they will have to pay an extremely heavy price. The Heavenly Realm Fairy was a smart person. Lin Feng did not believe that she did not understand the meaning behind his words. The Heavenly Realm Fairy smiled and said, "My name is Ning Kaier. May I know young master's name?" The Heavenly Realm Fairy's attitude changed very quickly. Now that she took the initiative to introduce herself, who knows what she was planning? Lin Feng. Ning Kaier muttered Lin Feng's name. This was the first time she had heard of this name. Thinking about how Lin Feng's extraordinary cultivation was unknown, Ning Kaier was very puzzled. Could it be that this guy had always been very low-key, so he was not famous? However, Ning Kaier quickly thought of Lin Feng's actions. He was not a low-key person. "I'll remember your name," Ning Kaier said. Then she left. What are they talking about? Many people looked towards the mountain peak where Lin Feng was. Lin Feng had just killed 3 great experts, so he was the center of attention. Ning Kaier was the Heavenly Realm Fairy, so she was the focus of attention of countless cultivators. Therefore, the two of them talked for so long, and the content of their conversation aroused the interest of many people. The news of the 3 great experts being killed quickly spread, causing a huge wave. There were rumors. A group of experts from the Undying Realm's Zhao family was rushing over, wanting to kill Lin Feng. The Yin-Yang 3 heroes of the Yin-Yang Great World were also rushing over. They also wanted to kill Lin Feng. The 12 Dark Knights were also rushing over. Their target was Lin Feng. Many experts were rushing over. Everyone thought that Lin Feng would escape, but Lin Feng did not leave at all. What is this guy thinking? With so many experts here, if they were to attack together, it would be a dead end for them. Why doesn't he take advantage of the arrival of those experts to leave quickly? Does this guy think he can fight so many experts alone? A cultivator said doubtfully, not understanding what Lin Feng was thinking. Many people were talking about this matter, thinking that Lin Feng should take advantage of the situation to leave quickly. If he waited until those experts arrived, at that time, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Lin Feng had no intention of leaving. If those experts arrived, he could have a big battle and hone his cultivation in the midst of life and death. At this moment, Lin Feng was refining the souls of the 3 great experts. There was a restriction in the depths of their souls, which had erased the memories of their souls. Therefore, Lin Feng was now refining the souls of the 3 great experts as pure soul origin to improve his soul level. After refining the soul origin of the 3 great experts, Lin Feng's soul power improved again. At this time, the restriction that enveloped the immortal path to heaven began to gradually dissipate, and soon, it was completely gone. The cultivators waiting outside immediately became excited and rushed out one after another to find the immortal path to heaven. Lin Feng also entered the area shrouded in white fog to find the immortal path to heaven. At the end of the earth, the immortal path to heaven was suspended in midair, surrounded by endless immortal light. It was very mysterious. However, Lin Feng walked for a long time, but he still could not reach the immortal path to heaven. It's really similar to the mirage. Lin Feng could not help but frown. The immortal path to heaven was really too strange. He walked for so long, but he found that the immortal path to heaven was still very far away from him. This situation was the same as the mirage. Lin Feng's expression could not help but sink. Chapter 2674. Lin Feng saw many cultivators around him. Just like him, those cultivators couldn't get close to the path. Could it be that we're really not fated with the path? A cultivator said discontentedly. He was unusually depressed. The other cultivators couldn't help but sigh. Although they could see the path, they couldn't find it. It was like a flower in the mirror, or the moon in the water. It was unattainable. Dong. At this time, the sound of a Tao bell rang between heaven and earth. Look deeper. One of the cultivators pointed towards the depths and shouted. Everyone looked in that direction. The immortal path to heaven shone with boundless immortal light. The sound of the Tao bell came from the path. A cultivator was enveloped by the immortal light and instantly disappeared into the path. Someone has entered the heavenly path. Many people were incomparably shocked. The mirage-like immortal path to heaven had actually been found by someone. My luck is so good. Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in envy. He had searched for so long without any clues, but the other party had already entered the path. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounter. The heavens couldn't always favor the same person. That was why geniuses came out in large numbers. Countless cultivators had great fortuitous encounters. Boom! Not long after, a violent fluctuation came from the depths again. Then, the sound of the Tao bell rang again. Someone else entered the heavenly immortal path. Is this the good karma of our ancestors? That's why we're so lucky to find the path. Many people cried out, their tones sour. They also wanted to enter the path, but they couldn't find any clues. Lin Feng continued flying. He was still looking for the celestial path to the sky. The immortal path to heaven was too mysterious. It was extremely difficult to find it. Too many cultivators didn't have any clues. As he continued to go deeper, many powerful restrictions appeared in the world of white fog. There were also many terrifying space-time rifts. Many cultivators met with calamities and died here. When Lin Feng passed by a canyon, he felt a sinister and terrifying aura enveloping his body. Lin Feng was astonished. What kind of terrifying creature had appeared and was staring at him? Swoosh! In the next moment, a cold light split the void and slashed at Lin Feng. It was a huge claw, but that claw was too strange. It was like an incomparably sharp longsword. A fierce beast split the void and attacked Lin Feng. The fierce beast's body was very similar to a velociraptor's. It had a pair of huge wings, and its left claw was very sharp. It flickered with a cold light. The right claw was very special. It was shaped like a sword. He didn't know what kind of creature it was. It was very good. Before it showed itself, Lin Feng didn't know where it was hiding. This was enough to explain a lot. Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. When the terrifying attack was about to reach him, a defensive crystal wall appeared in front of him. The terrifying attack slammed into the defensive crystal wall. Poochie! The defensive crystal wall was immediately torn apart. However, it slowed down the speed of the attack towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly retreated, putting some distance between him and the terrifying creature. The terrifying creature quickly pounced at Lin Feng. Its sword-like claws slashed at Lin Feng. The void was torn apart. The strength of this creature shocked Lin Feng. It was too strong. Lin Feng's facial expression became grave and solemn. He didn't choose to fight this creature head-on. Instead, he chose to retreat. This creature didn't want to let Lin Feng go. It continued to pounce at Lin Feng. If it didn't kill Lin Feng, it wouldn't stop. Lin Feng dodged and evaded the creature's attacks. After more than 30 rounds, the creature finally rushed in front of Lin Feng. Good. Lin Feng's mouth curled into a cold killing intent. He had been avoiding the creature's attacks because he wanted to find its weakness. Now, Lin Feng had found the creature's weakness. The creature arrived in front of Lin Feng. Its terrifying attack landed on Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. He had just used the Great Void technique, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. Then, he instantly tore through the void and left. In the next moment, Lin Feng arrived behind the terrifying creature and punched at it. This terrifying creature's entire body was covered in a shell. Its defense must be extremely strong. After Lin Feng observed for a while, he found that the shell on the creature's back was weaker. That place should be the creature's Achilles heel. Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on the creature's weak spot. With a poochie sound, the powerful fist force penetrated the weakest part of the shell on the creature's back. The creature's corpse quickly fell to the ground. Lin Feng waved his hand and wrapped the creature's corpse. He took its origin and left. In this world of white fog, danger was everywhere. The deeper one went, the more powerful creatures appeared. Lin Feng saw a group of hundreds of cultivators being surrounded by bloodthirsty demonic wolves. In the end, they were all wiped out. Lin Feng saw the fire origin bugs blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Everywhere it passed, all creatures turned into withered bones, truly dangerous to the extreme. The situation before him could be said to be dangerous everywhere. Every step was dangerous. One wrong step could lead to eternal damnation. Lin Feng went to many places to find the immortal path to heaven, but he failed. Could it be that I really have no fate with the immortal path to heaven? Lin Feng was unusually depressed. The immortal path to heaven had the greatest opportunity. However, he had no fate to enter the immortal path to heaven. It was a great regret. Lin Feng originally wanted to see if he could break through to the giant god realm after entering the immortal path to heaven. But now, it seemed that this plan was going to be put on hold. He lay down on a smooth rock to rest. At this time, a woman flew over from above. After seeing the woman, Lin Feng sat up immediately. The woman was none other than Enchire. Lin Feng didn't expect to see Enchire here. He originally thought that she had entered the immortal path to heaven long ago. This woman dared to walk out of the immortal path to heaven. She must have a way to return. Otherwise, she would be trapped in this mysterious space until her death. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Thinking of this, he used the Great Void technique and hid in the void, following behind Enchire. Chapter 2675. For some reason, Enchire had yet to enter the immortal path to heaven. This woman was full of secrets. Lin Feng had hidden himself very well. The Great Void technique was truly powerful. Even Enchire had not discovered Lin Feng's whereabouts. A day later, Enchire entered a valley. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He did not know why Enchire had entered the valley. He waited for a while, but found that there was no movement inside. Lin Feng could not help but frown. Why had Enchire not come out for so long? Lin Feng also quietly entered the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, Enchire flew out from a cave in the valley. Then, Enchire glanced in the direction where Lin Feng was hiding. It seemed to be an unintentional glance, but Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. He felt that Enchire had discovered him. Enchire soared into the sky and flew away as fast as lightning. And just as Lin Feng was about to chase after Enchire, a flame-sacred beast rushed out from the cave. It was actually a Fire Luan. Fire Luan was a branch of the Phoenix clan. It had the blood of the phoenix flowing in its veins. It was an extremely terrifying existence. Its body contained the powerful bloodline of a sacred beast. Screech. After the Fire Luan flew out, its sharp claws directly clawed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. He had hidden in the void, but this Fire Luan had still seen him. This Fire Luan was really too terrifying. Lin Feng hurriedly operated the arms of dragon and elephant, attacking the Fire Luan. Bang! He and the Fire Luan collided. Then, he was sent flying by the Fire Luan. This Fire Luan's cultivation was really too strong. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He turned and flew away. The Fire Luan said coldly, "Despicable human cultivators, you stole my treasure. I'm going to kill you all." The Fire Luan quickly chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng shouted gloomily, "It was that woman who stole your treasure. What does that have to do with me? You two are in cahoots. I'll kill you first, then go after that woman." The Fire Luan was filled with killing intent. Now, Lin Feng knew that he had been tricked by Enchire. Originally, Lin Feng thought that Enchire had not discovered him, but now it seemed that Enchire had already discovered him. It's just that Enchire didn't say anything. Enchire wanted to steal the Fire Luan's treasure, although she didn't know what kind of treasure it was. But that treasure was something that Enchire had schemed to obtain. It must be extraordinary. Now that the Fire Luan had mistaken him for Enchire's accomplice, it was exactly what Enchire wanted. Inkyre took advantage of this fire luan's pursuit to escape without a trace. It was really killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Lin Feng didn't plan to continue fighting with the fire luan. He knew that he was no match for this fire luan. So, Lin Feng simply took out the stone sword. Holding the stone sword, he looked at the fire luan with a cold expression. Then, he said coldly, "Fire luan, I have the stone sword. Do you really want to fight me to the death?" After seeing the stone sword, the fire luan's eyes suddenly focused. Clearly, the fire luan recognized the stone sword. It quickly stopped, no longer attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "I'm not in cahoots with that woman. I've also been tricked by her. She stole your treasure. It's not too late to go after her now." "Fine, I'll believe you for now," the fire luan said coldly. It was unknown whether this guy really believed Lin Feng's words, or if it was just looking for a way out. The fire luan quickly rushed into the distance, and soon disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng used the Great Void technique and tailed the fire luan. This time, Lin Feng was a little further away from the fire luan to avoid being discovered. The fire luan should be able to sense the stolen treasure, so it could sense Inkyre's whereabouts. After chasing for a day and a night, Lin Feng saw Inkyre's figure. "Despicable human, hand over the treasure, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." The fire luan roared angrily. "Take it back if you can." Inkyre sneered and continued to rush into the depths. By this time, the fire luan had already caught up to Inkyre. It was very difficult for her to shake off the fire luan. The fire luan divine bird used the fire luan claw and directly clawed at Inkyre. Inkyre's expression darkened slightly, and she waved her hand gently. In front of her, the space distorted. Her ability was called spatial folding. It was an extremely profound immortal art. This immortal technique could cause space to overlap with each other. When the opponent blasted all kinds of attacks, they would be swallowed up by the overlapping space. The fire luan's fire luan claw collided with Inkyre's spatial folding. The fire luan claw was immediately swallowed up by the overlapping space floating in front of Inkyre. What a powerful technique! Lin Feng's face was full of shock. He felt that this divine ability called spatial folding was somewhat similar to the Great Banishing technique. But obviously, there were also great differences. The Great Banishing art banished other things into a parallel space. However, the Great Banishing art didn't work every time. If the opponent's attack was too powerful, it obviously couldn't banish the opponent's attack into a parallel space. However, this spatial folding was different. No matter how powerful the opponent's attack was, it would be swallowed up as soon as it touched the folded space. Unless one could destroy the folded space with absolute power, there was no way to destroy it. This was the terrifying aspect of the spatial folding. Immortal arts were the sublimation of the Great Tao. The 3,000 Great Taos were the foundation of the Great Tao. Lin Feng even guessed. The spatial folding might have used a part of the Great Banishing Arts Tao. Of course, there were other Taos. Several different Taos formed the spatial folding divine ability. Lin Feng also discovered something else. After using the spatial folding, Inkyre's lips kept moving. She was obviously chanting an incantation. Rumble. At this moment, a blurry ancient road descended from the 9 heavens. The end of the ancient road was connected to the immortal path to the heavens. Heavens, Inkyre can actually summon an ancient road to the immortal path to the heavens. Chapter 2676. The ancient road appeared and floated in the air, emitting violent waves. "I'm done playing with you." The corners of Inkyre's mouth curled up into a cold smile. She stepped onto the ancient road and glanced in the direction of Lin Feng. She obviously knew that Lin Feng was hiding nearby. This woman's methods were extraordinary. Her spatial folding ability had yet to dissipate, and she wanted to use this ability to stop the fire luan. "You can't get away." The fire luan could not help but roar in anger. Waves of saint power surged out of the fire luan's body. The fire luan opened its mouth and spat out a ball of destructive energy. Lin Feng guessed that the ball of energy was the fire luan's innate ability. It must be very powerful. Bam! The ball of energy exploded. In an instant, Inkyre's spatial folding ability was destroyed. What a powerful fire wand! Lin Feng was very surprised. This fire wand's cultivation was truly terrifying. If they were to fight, even someone as powerful as Inkyre would not be a match for this fire wand. The fire wand gave chase with endless flames, but the ancient road disappeared quickly. It could not catch up at all. Lin Feng also rushed out and chased after the ancient road. It's futile. Inkyre stood on the ancient road and looked at Lin Feng and the fire wand with some pride. Inkyre, just you wait. When I catch you, I'll do it 100 times. 100 times. Lin Feng shouted. You're courting death. Inkyre could not help but glare at Lin Feng fiercely. This otherworldly woman rarely got angry, but now she was angered by Lin Feng. Great divine rainbow art. At this moment, the fire wand suddenly used a powerful ability, and with the fire wand as the starting point, a rainbow-colored divine rainbow appeared. That divine rainbow was like a rainbow that appeared after the rain. It was magnificent and extremely beautiful. The other end of the divine rainbow was connected to the end of the ancient path. Holy shit, this fire wand is amazing. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He quickly flew towards the divine rainbow. The fire wand could not help but stare coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, Brother, let's deal with that woman together. The fire wand nodded and stopped targeting Lin Feng. Lin Feng, on the other hand, stepped onto the divine rainbow. Seeing this scene, Inkyre's face couldn't help but turn unsightly. A single fire wand was already hard enough for Inkyre to contend against. Furthermore, with the addition of Lin Feng who controlled the stone sword, if they were really caught up, they would definitely not be a match for him. Inkyre quickly rushed towards the heavenly immortal path. Lin Feng and the fire wand also rushed onto the ancient path. Inkyre, don't run. You won't be able to escape. After I catch you, I really want to see what kind of expression you'll have. Lin Feng said with a laugh. Originally, Lin Feng had been looking for a way to enter the heavenly immortal path, but it had all ended in failure. Now, Lin Feng finally saw the hope of entering the heavenly immortal path. Inkyre took the lead and entered the heavenly immortal path. Then, Lin Feng and the fire wand also entered the heavenly immortal path. Immortal light flashed. The next moment, Lin Feng found himself in another world. This was a mysterious ancient path. This ancient path was surrounded by immortal qi. On both sides of the ancient path was a vast expanse of white. This is the heavenly immortal path? Lin Feng was shocked. Whoosh! After the fire wand entered the heavenly immortal path, it immediately rushed into the vast expanse of white. It should have sensed the location of its treasure. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then chased after it and entered the vast expanse of white on both sides of the heavenly immortal path. Why is the heavenly immortal path so strange? Is it just an ancient path? Lin Feng looked at the fire wand in confusion. That's right, the heavenly immortal path is an ancient path. After entering the heavenly immortal path, everyone's fortune is different. So what they see and obtain on the path is also different. Some people might obtain many precious treasures and inheritances on the heavenly immortal path. But some people might not obtain anything, the fire wand explained. It was a creature that lived in this mysterious space. Lin Feng guessed that this fire wand might have entered the heavenly immortal path before. What's with the vast expanse of white on both sides of the heavenly immortal path? Lin Feng asked. The vast expanse of white on both sides of the heavenly immortal path is very special. A place like this has many opportunities, but it's also very dangerous. This is because many places here are connected to shattered parallel spaces or worlds. Cultivators who enter here can easily be swallowed by those shattered parallel spaces or worlds. Once they're swallowed, they'll really die without a grave. Of course, other than those shattered parallel spaces and worlds, the most terrifying thing about this place is that there are many terrifying creatures hibernating here. Many of them crawled out of those shattered parallel spaces or worlds. The fire wand said. Ah, a mournful scream rang out. Is that a cultivator's voice? Lin Feng was shocked. Any cultivator who could enter this place was definitely not simple, but it was obvious that this cultivator had met with disaster. He didn't know what had happened. Don't make a fuss. There are many terrifying creatures here, and many of them have their eyes on us. But they're afraid, the Fire Luan said. Lin Feng knew what the Fire Luan meant by afraid. They were probably afraid of the Fire Luan's strength and the stone sword in his hand. That was why those creatures didn't attack them. In that case, we don't have to worry about the creatures here, Lin Feng said. Of course not. This isn't something to be happy about, because those creatures will report our whereabouts to their superiors. They'll definitely come out to kill us. That's why we have to catch that woman as soon as possible. Otherwise, we might die here, the Fire Luan said. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. The Fire Luan was so powerful, and he could control the stone sword. Did the Fire Luan think that even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for those terrifying creatures? From this, it could be seen how powerful those terrifying creatures were. What did that woman in Kai steal from you? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. The Phoenix Sword, the Fire Luan said in a deep voice, its eyes revealing a murderous intent. Chapter 2677. The origin of the Phoenix clan was extremely ancient. It was rumored that two divine birds were born from heaven and earth. One was called Feng, and the other was called Huang. Later, the Feng and Huang married and gave birth to children. That was how the Phoenix clan came to be. There was a saying that the dragon had 9 children, but the 9 children were different. In fact, wasn't it the same for the Phoenix? The Phoenix had more children than the true dragon. Feng, Huang, Luan, Bian, 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 etc. were all descendants of the Phoenix. The Phoenix clan was very rare. It was difficult for ordinary people to distinguish which branch the Phoenix clan belonged to. The Phoenix sword was rumored to be an immortal sword created by the 7th Phoenix Emperor. The Phoenix clan had 2 supreme beings, the Phoenix Empress and the Phoenix Emperor. Since the birth of the first-generation Phoenix Empress and Phoenix Emperor, it had been passed down for more than 10 generations. Like the true Dragon clan, pure-blooded phoenixes were extremely rare. Only pure-blooded phoenixes could become the Phoenix Empress and Phoenix Emperor. So when Lin Feng heard that the treasure stolen by Enchire was the famous Phoenix sword, he was very surprised. The Fire Luan was a descendant of the Phoenix clan. This clan was extremely powerful and was ranked in the top 3 branches of the Phoenix clan. It seemed that the treasure forged by the 7th Phoenix Emperor was controlled by the Fire Luan. This woman is really scheming. We must catch her, Lin Feng said. He felt that Enchire might have other treasures on her. After catching Enchire, the Phoenix sword would belong to the Fire Luan. As for the other treasures on Enchire, they would belong to Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng also wanted to get some top immortal techniques from Enchire. Enchire was a proud daughter of heaven in the heaven realm. The inheritance she obtained was also the most powerful inheritance. For example, the space-folding immortal technique that Enchire used before was really amazing. If he could cultivate it successfully, he would definitely benefit a lot. Enchire definitely had more than one immortal technique of this level. Perhaps she had mastered many such heaven-defying immortal techniques. When he stole them all, he would definitely be able to greatly increase his strength. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Of course, the premise was that he could find Enchire. Enchire was nowhere to be found. Lin Feng couldn't sense her whereabouts, so he could only follow the Fire Luan and chase after her. We can't go any further. It's filled with restrictions, and the void is on the verge of shattering. Once we enter, the void will definitely collapse, and we might die there. Lin Feng used the inheritance of the Celestial Master and sensed the strange situation in front of him. He said with a solemn expression. The Fire Luan's expression sank slightly, and then it said, "That woman is just ahead. We'll be able to catch up to her very quickly if we pass through." Lin Feng said, "It's too dangerous. If you really want to cross it, you'll most likely die." Lin Feng didn't want to take the risk. It was too dangerous. It was like throwing his life away. "Then we'll take a detour," the Fire Luan said. Although the Fire Luan really wanted to catch up to Enchire and take back its Phoenix sword, but the Fire Luan wouldn't play around with its life. The two of them took a detour. Roar. In the world of white fog, there was an earth-shaking roar. It was as if there was an earthquake, and the ground shook violently. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth, making one's expression change. "The king of this place is roaring," the fire Luan said in a deep voice. "Powerful beasts ran amok here, and the most terrifying one was naturally the king of the beasts. That was an existence that stood at the top of the food chain. Not only was it powerful, but it was also intelligent. Once targeted by an existence of this level, it would be disastrous. Although it might not be targeting us, we're still in danger. The surrounding beasts will soon report our whereabouts to their superiors," the fire Luan said in a serious voice. Even as powerful as it didn't want to face the king of the beasts in the world of white fog. "Looks like we need to speed up and catch up to that woman in Caire," Lin Feng said. Fire Luan spreads its wings. At this moment, the wings of the fire Luan suddenly grew from 10 meters to 30 meters long. "Catch me," the fire Luan said. Lin Feng grabbed the claws of the fire Luan. The fire Luan rushed into the depths as fast as lightning. Even if it encountered powerful restrictions, it could break them with a light flap of its wings. The fire Luan must have activated its phoenix bloodline, so its wings grew bigger and its speed increased greatly. It was at least 4 or 5 times faster than before. Lin Feng actually wanted to sit on the back of the fire Luan. It was so fluffy and comfortable, but the fire Luan would never agree. It was a taboo for them. Half a day later, Lin Feng saw a figure in front of him. It was Caire. Caire also saw Lin Feng and the fire Luan chasing after her. Her pretty face suddenly changed. "Caire, you can't escape. Just surrender." 100 times, 100 times, Lin Feng said with a laugh. Caire was extremely angry. She was a fairy of the heavens, pure and holy. The people who usually appeared by her side were all young elites, cultured, refined, and courteous. How could she meet someone like Lin Feng? 100 times, 100 times. Caire was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. "Shameless bastard," Caire scolded. Caire had never scolded anyone before, but after seeing Lin Feng, she couldn't help but want to scold Lin Feng a few times. Lin Feng said, "You're right. I'm shameless. When I catch you later, I'll let you know what true shamelessness is." Caire glared at Lin Feng fiercely. She found it hard to maintain her image as a fairy of the heavens in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng, this shameless guy, could always arouse her anger. The fire Luan was too fast. Its race was known for its speed, and now that it was 4 or 5 times faster than before, it was naturally unimaginable. Caire was finally caught by the fire Luan. Lin Feng stepped on the octagonal world, holding the stone sword in his hand, and slashed at Caire. Form swap. Swish. Caire's body suddenly flashed, and she appeared 20 meters away, dodging Lin Feng's attack. Her body flashed again, and she appeared behind Lin Feng. Her short-distance movement was as fast as teleportation. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Caire's right hand was like a sword, and she directly slashed at Lin Feng. "Go to hell." Chapter 2678. The fire Luan's attack was exceptionally powerful, and Caire did not dare to be careless. She could choose to continue attacking Lin Feng, but it would be difficult to avoid the fire Luan's attack. Therefore, Caire chose to avoid the fire Luan's attack. Fulgurating Shadow. Caire once again used this powerful skill, wanting to teleport away. Supreme Aura. Intimidate. But at this moment, Lin Feng also unleashed a powerful battle strength, using his Supreme Aura. As soon as the Supreme Aura was unleashed, a powerful restrictive force surged out, directly imprisoning the surrounding space. Caire's speed was greatly reduced. Aura. Caire's expression changed abruptly. This woman was experienced and knowledgeable, and recognized Lin Feng's aura. That's right. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he punched at Caire. The fire Luan's claws were also grabbing at Caire. A thought gives birth. 100 flowers bloom. Caire made her move, and numerous flower petals appeared around her body, falling from the sky. Then, they protected Caire. Lin Feng and the fire Luan's attacks were blocked by the petals. This Caire was really powerful. She was fighting against 2, and still managed to block the attacks of Lin Feng and the fire Luan. Divine Phoenix Demon Subduing Way. At this moment, the Fire Luan began to unleash its power, and sharp claws tore the world apart. This superpower was an extremely powerful superpower. It was said that it was created by a Phoenix Emperor. It was so powerful that it could subdue all living things. The Fire Luan tore the petals apart. At the same time, Lin Feng also began to unleash his power. Lin Feng waved the stone sword and attacked. The power of the stone sword could be called peerless and terrifying. Puff, puff. The petals were torn apart by Lin Feng's stone sword. A world and a flower. All of a sudden, Enchire once again used an even more powerful technique. Her hands changed hand signs repeatedly, and illusory worlds appeared one after another from the petals in the air. It was unknown what those worlds were. 2 of the petals bloomed and 2 illusory worlds appeared, swallowing Lin Feng and the Fire Luan into the illusory worlds. Hua 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 lost. World collapse. Enchire's right hand pointed at the illusory world formed by the 2 petals, and the 2 worlds started to explode. Enchire wanted to kill Lin Feng and the Hualuan, who were still trapped in the illusion. This Enchire was worthy of being called a top heaven's pride of the heavenly realm. Her means were just too terrifying, shocking everyone. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions rang out. Enchire's lips curled into a cold smile. But at this moment, 2 figures rushed out from the exploding illusory worlds. They were Lin Feng and the Fire Luan. Lin Feng's body was covered in blood from the explosion, but his body was strong enough. He opened a path with the stone sword and forced his way out. Then, he activated his immortal body and his injuries recovered quickly. The Fire Luan was also injured. Its body was covered in wounds from the explosion, but the Fire Luan was a descendant of the Phoenix and had the ability to be reborn. Its recovery speed was also extremely fast. The injured Fire Luan was enraged as well. It let out a long cry. It spat out a ball of energy. The Fire Luan needed some time to prepare before it could spit out one ball of energy. Although it couldn't spit out this kind of energy ball continuously, the power of this energy ball was extremely terrifying. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent explosion, there was a loud sound. The ball of energy exploded instantly. The petals that Enchire had condensed were all blown to pieces. The Fire Luan that had spat out the ball of energy was clearly much weaker. It seemed that this kind of energy ball had consumed a lot of the Fire Luan's energy. Enchire was blown away. Her face turned pale. Lin Feng had already rushed over. He released his supreme chi to suppress Enchire. At the same time, his peerless sword slashed towards Enchire, just as the sword was about to slash Enchire's body. Enchire's body released a kind of chi. The chi released from her body was blue in color. Among the 9 types of chi, the blue chi belonged to the 7th level. Roar. The chi released by Enchire turned into a ferocious beast. It was an unknown blue ferocious beast. It roared and tore apart Lin Feng's supreme chi. Chi transformation. Lin Feng's face was full of shock. He never knew that Haki could transform into all kinds of forms. It was unbelievable. Enchire sneered, "Your Haki is 1 level higher than mine. My Haki was originally suppressed by yours, but you don't know how to control it. You can't release the power of your Haki, so even if my Haki's level is lower than yours, it can still suppress yours." Enchire's words were right. Lin Feng's current use of chi was the simplest use. It was basically releasing chi and suppressing the enemy. This kind of use might only be able to release a very small part of chi's power. But Enchire had already mastered a deeper use of chi. Her chi was not as good as Lin Feng's, but she could release the power of her chi. This was why Enchire was so terrifying. After the ferocious beast tore apart Lin Feng's supreme chi, it quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Just as it was about to kill Lin Feng released a second type of chi. After releasing his epic chi, it merged with the supreme chi. The power of the 2 types of chi was greatly increased. The ferocious beast formed by Enchire's chi was suppressed by Lin Feng's 2 types of chi. "You have 2 types of chi." Enchire's expression changed. "That's right." Lin Feng sneered and quickly rushed in front of Enchire. He activated his 5-fold arms of dragon elephant and punched towards Enchire. The The reason why Inkai was so strong was that she had mastered various terrifying Heaven Realm immortal techniques, and these immortal techniques required mana to be activated. Lin Feng's physical body was suppressing Inkai, so that she could not use her mana. Inkai would definitely lose. After feeling the terror of Lin Feng's punch, Inkai quickly used her palm to block Lin Feng's attack. But in her haste, she was still sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. The Fire Luan's attack arrived. It flapped its wings and swept towards Inkai. Inkai was injured again. Chapter 2679. Ha 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 ha, Inkai. Did you think that you'd become a prisoner one day? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Inkai with a mocking gaze. Inkai's expression was gloomy. She didn't dare to imagine the terrible consequences of being captured. The Fire Luan flapped its wings. Whoosh! An immortal sword flew out from Inkai's dantian. It was the Phoenix Sword. The Phoenix Sword was the size of a palm and was fiery red all over. On its surface was a drawing of the Phoenix Emperor. It was beautiful and mysterious. The Phoenix Sword's aura was extremely powerful and terrifying. It was worthy of being a treasure forged by the 7th Phoenix Emperor. The Fire Luan swallowed the Phoenix Sword in one gulp. I'm leaving the immortal path to heaven. As for you, do as you see fit. The Fire Luan said. It didn't plan to stay in the immortal path to heaven for long. After saying a few words to Lin Feng, it quickly left. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Roar! Bestial roars shook the sky. After the Fire Luan left, many beasts hidden in the surroundings fixed their eyes on Lin Feng. Without the Fire Luan, those ferocious beasts became even bolder. They wanted to attack Lin Feng and Inkai. Lin Feng knew that this wasn't a place to stay for long. He should first find a place to hide and have a good chat with Inkai. Lin Feng grabbed Inkai's waist and quickly flew into the distance. Roar! Not long after, a ferocious beast pounced out of the white fog. The ferocious beast exuded a terrifying aura and its entire body was covered in scales. Its body was like a bian, and its head was like a yazi. It was terrifying and ferocious. After charging out, the beast opened its bloody mouth and tried to devour Lin Feng. It wanted to swallow Lin Feng in one gulp. Seeing the beast pounce out, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. There were many powerful beasts hidden in the surroundings. He had to kill this beast quickly to scare off the other beasts that hadn't made a move yet. If they could not intimidate those ferocious beasts, the situation would be extremely bad. Slash! Lin Feng held the stone sword in his hand and communicated with the remnant soul. Then, with the help of the remnant soul, Lin Feng slashed at the beast that was pouncing at him. This sword. Lin Feng's attack was peerless and peerless. A puffing sound was heard. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Feng's sword cleaved the terrifying beast into two halves. The rest of the beasts hidden in the white fog, ready to make a move, stopped attacking Lin Feng after seeing this scene. Obviously, he was intimidated by Lin Feng. As for Lin Feng, he quickly left with Inkai. In a mountain range, Lin Feng found a cave, then sealed the cave entrance with restrictions. He looked at Inkai and said indifferently, "Now, tell me all the treasures you obtained in this space and the peerless immortal techniques you have mastered. Then, I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Heaven Realm rules over thousands of worlds, and my clan is one of the few top clans that controls the Heaven Realm." Inkai said aloud. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect Inkai's origin to be so great. Lin Feng guessed that Inkai was most likely from the Celestial Clan or the Immortal Clan. This was because of the powerful forces that controlled the Heaven Realm. The Celestial Clan and the Immortal Clan belonged to the Human Clan. The other forces did not belong to the Human Clan, but Inkai belonged to the Human Clan. Of course, the Celestial Clan and the Immortal Clan were the most ancient human clans. They were powerful, mysterious, and possessed many unimaginably powerful inheritances. "Are you threatening me?" Lin Feng asked. Inkai said, "I just want to tell you that if you let me go, we'll be fine." Lin Feng said, "Are you from the Immortal Clan or the Celestial Clan?" "Humph." Inkai snorted coldly, but didn't answer Lin Feng. Instead, she said indifferently, My clan has the ability to see through the universe. If I die here, your identity will be exposed." Lin Feng frowned. He didn't doubt Enkire's words. If an ordinary clan didn't have the ability to control the heaven realm, it would be impossible for them to control it. "I can teach you a celestial technique. This is the condition for letting me go." Enkai loosened her mouth, but the way she acted like she had everything under control made Lin Feng feel a little disgusted. "Who said I'm going to kill you? I can't bear to kill you. Everything you have, whether it's a treasure or a divine ability, this young master doesn't care about them anymore." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Enkai. Enkai was slightly stunned, then said, "What do you want?" 100 times, 100 times. Lin Feng grinned. You shameless." Enkai's originally calm eyes finally showed fear. One day later, Lin Feng planned to leave. "Ha ha ha ha, Enkai, wait for me to go to the heaven realm. We'll meet again then," Lin Feng said with a laugh, then quickly left the cave. "I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you." After Lin Feng left, Enkai's scream came from the cave. Although the body of this world was condensed from the laws of order, it was the soul of the soul. The laws of order were very special. The bodies condensed from the laws of order were almost exactly the same as the real bodies in the outside world. Therefore, everything that happened here, and everything that happened in the outside world, the feelings produced were exactly the same. Now, Enkai couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. After Lin Feng left the cave, he rushed towards the immortal path to heaven. Although there were many opportunities in the world of white fog, danger lurked everywhere. He might as well go to the immortal path to heaven to try his luck. Roar, however, at this moment, a furious roar that shook the heavens and the earth came from afar, shattering the void. Even though there was a long distance, Lin Feng could still feel a monstrous killing intent engulfing the world. A Beast King-level existence. Lin Feng was shocked. It must be the Beast King roaring in the world of white fog. The roar contained monstrous anger. He didn't know what had happened. Could something have happened? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. If nothing had happened, the Beast King wouldn't be so angry. Roar, roar, roar. Then, the entire world of white fog was filled with the roars of countless beasts. Screech, in the sky, there were countless beasts letting out ear-piercing cries. Not good. Something big must have happened. I can't stay in the world of white fog any longer. Otherwise, it'll be extremely dangerous. Chapter 2680. Rumble. The earth trembled violently. Within the world of white fog, beasts wreaked havoc everywhere. The Beast King had launched a beast tide, causing a disaster. Many cultivators who entered the world of white fog died miserably in the world of white fog. Lin Feng couldn't rush to the immortal path to heaven because the path to heaven had been completely sealed. There were terrifying beasts everywhere. Once they discovered a cultivator attempting to ascend the immortal path to heaven, those beasts would attack in groups. Even if one's magic power reached the heavens, only death awaited them. Who angered the Beast King? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Such a powerful existence like the Beast King had been angered, resulting in the current danger. It was unknown who had angered the Beast King and caused such a disaster. Moo! The sound of a bull's roar could be heard as a black bull rushed over from afar. Its body was at least 100 meters tall. It was like a small mountain. It was a demon bull king, and its body emitted a suffocating aura. The demon bull king's spiritual sense was extremely sharp. It discovered Lin Feng and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly rushed out from his hiding place. The demon bull king directly crushed the mountain that Lin Feng was hiding in. Human cultivator, you shall become my food. Yi Fuqian's voice rang out. The demon bull king let out an earth-shaking roar. Lin Feng said, "Old bull, you're a vegetarian. Don't attack me. Go eat some grass." Demon bull charge. The demon bull king seemed to hate the way Lin Feng addressed it, so it was furious and directly charged at Lin Feng. Its terrifying horns shattered the void as it rushed in front of Lin Feng in an instant. Lin Feng struck at the demon bull king with his palm, but he was sent flying by the demon bull king's powerful strength. What terrifying strength! Lin Feng was shocked. This black bull was definitely not simple. Its bloodline must be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, it couldn't have such tyrannical strength. The demon bull king's strength shocked Lin Feng. Shua. At this moment, a golden light flew out of the void and pierced towards Lin Feng. This attack was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng had nowhere to hide. Fortunately, Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. His palm struck the golden light and sent it flying. At this time, Lin Feng was able to clearly see what the golden light was. It was actually a small golden snake. It was floating in the air, sticking out its forked tongue and looking at him coldly. Golden snake, this is my prey. The black yak grumbled. The little golden snake said, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to deal with him alone. Why don't the two of us share it? The yak coldly said, I never share my prey with others. As soon as he finished speaking, the black yak made his move. He directly rushed into the sky and stepped on the void. Suddenly, an earth-shattering force surged out and blasted towards Lin Feng. Feeling the earth-shattering force, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The black yak's attack was too tyrannical. It was unexpectedly strong. Lin Feng quickly shuttled through the void and dodged the black yak's attack. However, at this time, the golden snake had already arrived. It was like a sharp golden spear. It wanted to pierce Lin Feng's body. At this critical moment, it was extremely dangerous and hanging by a thread. Lin Feng originally wanted to send the little golden snake flying with his palm like last time. However, this time, the little golden snake was faster. It was too late. Moreover, the little golden snake seemed to contain an extremely terrifying poison. Once the golden poison entered the body, it would cause terrible consequences. Heaven patching technique. Seeing that Lin Feng's body was about to be pierced by the little golden snake. At this time, Lin Feng disappeared. Xiang Tian took another opportunity. Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique to dodge the little golden snake's attack. He appeared 20 meters away. However, just as he appeared, a sword chi pierced through the void and slashed towards Lin Feng. This was a white sword chi. Its power was abnormally tyrannical. It was like a white rainbow streaking across the sky. Lin Feng had just used the heaven patching technique. He could no longer use it to dodge this attack. This attack blasted onto Lin Feng's body and tore apart Lin Feng's body. However, no blood flowed out. It was an afterimage. Great Death Substitution Technique. When a sure kill attack blasted onto the body, one could use the Great Death Substitution Technique to die for oneself. This divine ability was similar to the Heaven Mending Technique in some ways. However, there was also an essential difference. The Heaven Patching Technique helped the cultivator dodge a sure kill attack. However, the Great Death Substitution Technique was a sure kill attack. After the attack landed on the body, the cultivator who was supposed to be killed could use the Great Death Substitution Technique to avoid this calamity. This was the difference between the two techniques. Lin Feng appeared 30 meters away. His expression was gloomy as he looked at the white sword chi. That sword chi had turned into a white crane. That sword chi was actually a white crane. Immortal crane, you want to interfere too? The black yak roared angrily. The crane said coldly, this is a top-grade prey. Anyone who has the strength can hunt it down. The black yak, the golden snake, and the immortal crane. These three existences were all peerless and terrifying. Lin Feng guessed that these three existences were quasi-beast kings of the white fog world. Whoosh! Lin Feng didn't even think about it. He turned around and fled into the distance. The three quasi-beast kings were slightly stunned. Then, they roared angrily, Brat, stop! You can't escape. I'd have to be crazy to stop. Lin Feng curled his lips. Lin Feng's principle had always been to fight if he could win, and run if he couldn't. The three cultivators in front of him were terrifying. If there had only been one of them, Lin Feng would have been able to fight against it. However, three of them were surrounding him. Lin Feng naturally had to flee. Preserving his life was the most important thing. Nothing else mattered. Lin Feng stepped on the 8 directions world. 8 illusory small worlds appeared beneath his feet. His speed was raised to the extreme. Every step he took was as if he was passing through 8 small worlds. The black yak's body was huge, and its speed was the slowest. Lin Feng was the first to shake it off. The golden snake was extremely fast over short distances, but it couldn't maintain that speed over long distances. Lin Feng quickly shook it off as well. The only troublesome one was the immortal crane. It was extremely fast, but Lin Feng still managed to shake it off in the end. The 3 Quasi-Beast King-level existences were very angry because they had lost track of a top-quality prey. The beast tide was too terrifying. Slaughter was everywhere. Many hidden cultivators were discovered by the beasts. One had to know that cultivators who could enter the heavenly path were definitely cultivators with great fortune. Many people died tragically in the beast tide. At this time, in the distant void, 2 suns rose into the sky. However, the 2 suns were cold and sinister. They weren't real suns, but 2 cold eyes. They were the eyes of the terrifying Beast King. Chapter 2681. After the Beast King appeared, there was complete silence. Even the roars of the beasts had disappeared. Now, the beasts were kneeling on the ground, trembling. Once the Beast King was enraged, it would attack regardless of whether one was a foreign cultivator or a beast. What kind of existence is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. That Beast King was too terrifying. Even though it was far away, Lin Feng still felt his heart tremble. Could it be a great emperor-level existence? Lin Feng thought of a certain possibility. Then, he couldn't help but feel shocked. If it was really a great emperor-level existence, it would be too shocking. An existence of this level would be an absolute overlord in all the worlds. Even in the heavenly realm, a great emperor-level existence, it would be an overlord. This existence shouldn't belong to the heavenly immortal path, right? Could it have come to the heavenly immortal path from a shattered space? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought of a certain possibility. The heavenly immortal path was connected to the world of white fog, which was connected to many shattered spaces and parallel worlds. Perhaps this Beast King had come from a shattered space or a parallel world. What kind of creature is it? It's too far away. I can't see clearly. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He tried hard to see that terrifying existence clearly. However, it was hazy and blurry. He couldn't really see it clearly. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. That terrifying Beast King only appeared for a short while, and then immediately disappeared. Then, the beasts became even crazier. They seemed to have received some kind of order and began to search for cultivators who had entered the world of white fog. Any cultivator who was found by those beasts rarely had a good ending. On this day, Lin Feng saw more than 10 cultivators flying over from afar. These cultivators were all injured. He didn't know which great world they were from. Their auras were very powerful. It was obvious that they were all top experts. I don't know who stole the Beast King's egg and implicated us all. Damn it, a cultivator said with a grim look on his face. His voice was filled with killing intent. Clearly, he was in a state of extreme fury. If I find out who he is, I'll definitely tear him to pieces, another cultivator said, his voice filled with cold killing intent. This matter indeed made many innocent people who were implicated extremely angry. The reason for that was because they, innocent people, were attacked by ferocious beasts. Many people even saw their relatives, friends, and fellow disciples die tragically under the attacks of the ferocious beasts. Naturally, a lot of hatred would be born in his heart. Bestial roars could be heard from afar as a large number of ferocious beasts rushed over. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. The cultivators quickly left. So this is the reason for the Beast King's rage. Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin. Then, he couldn't help but curse at the cultivators who stole the Beast King's eggs. How immoral. Stealing the beast egg and incurring the wrath of the Beast King, indirectly causing the deaths of so many people. It was truly incomparably abominable. Lin Feng also quickly left the area. Not long after, he saw the golden snake, the red-crowned crane, the black yak, and an 8-armed demonic ape besieging a powerful cultivator. That cultivator's cultivation was abnormally tyrannical. Under the siege of 4 quasi-beast king-level ferocious beasts, he actually held on for dozens of rounds. He tried to break out of the encirclement, but in the end, he failed. The red-crowned crane turned into a white sword chi and slashed through the air. Poochie. The cultivator's head was chopped off by the sword chi formed by the red-crowned crane. I can't believe I died just like that. The cultivator's head let out an unwilling roar. Then, his body dissipated, leaving behind only his soul origin, which was then devoured by the 4 quasi-beast king-level existences. Such a prodigy died just like that. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt that the cultivator who was killed was stronger than him, because Lin Feng didn't have the confidence to withstand dozens of attacks from the 4 quasi-beast king-level existences. But the cultivator who was killed just now was able to do it. This was enough to prove that the cultivator was strong. But that cultivator's fate was not good. He was actually blocked by the 4 quasi-beast king-level existences. If he could continue to grow, he would definitely become a giant-level expert in the future. The 4 quasi-beast king-level existences quickly left. They probably went to find their next target. I wonder if the Beast King left its nest. Is there any other treasure in the Beast King's nest? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. After thinking about this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Whoosh! He turned into a lightning bolt and quickly rushed towards the Beast King's nest. Lin Feng felt that after the beast egg was stolen, the Beast King must have gone out to find the thief. So he felt that now was the best time to get close to the Beast King's nest. Maybe he could get some treasures from the Beast King's nest. Of course, if the Beast King didn't leave its nest, Lin Feng would immediately escape. Along the way, he encountered many powerful fierce beasts. It was actually extremely difficult to avoid these fierce beasts. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. So Lin Feng saw many battles along the way. They were all battles between fierce beasts and cultivators. But Lin Feng avoided those fierce beasts time and time again, because he cultivated the Great Void technique. His body could perfectly merge with the void. This Great Void technique was of great use now. If it wasn't for the Great Void technique, the 3000 Great Tao, Lin Feng would definitely have encountered many battles. With the help of the Great Void technique, Lin Feng deceived everyone along the way. 3 days later, he saw a huge mountain peak. Lin Feng had never seen such a huge mountain peak. That mountain peak was surrounded by 9 huge mountain ranges. One mountain range was 300 to 400 miles long, and that mountain peak was 200,000 meters high. At a glance, there was no end to it. Heavens, there's actually such a huge mountain peak. It's unbelievable. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Nature's uncanny workmanship. It could create many landscapes that would amaze cultivators. Just like the huge mountain peak in front of him, Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the depths. He found that the 9 mountain ranges were very quiet. There were no roars of beasts at all, not even the sounds of insects and birds. Perhaps it was because this was the Beast King's nest, but no fierce beasts dared to approach. Even insects didn't dare to approach this area. What is that? Chapter 2682. There was a huge beast skin in the middle of the mountains. It was extremely huge, at least 30 to 40,000 meters long. Upon closer inspection, it actually looked like the skin of a python. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and carefully inspected it. A look of shock appeared on his face. It was not the skin of a python, but it was somewhat similar to one. This kind of skin was extremely hard and was a good material for forging magic treasures. However, the entire skin was tens of thousands of meters long. Lin Feng did not have a storage ring on him, so he could not take it with him. What kind of creature shed this skin? Isn't it too huge? Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. What he had seen and heard today was simply too shocking. Even he felt a sense of shock. Lin Feng carefully flew toward the huge mountain. He carefully sensed for a while and did not find the aura of the Beast King. This made Lin Feng very happy. It seemed that the Beast King had really left. In that case, he could visit the Beast King's lair and see if he could find anything good. Swoosh! Lin Feng turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly flew toward the Beast King's lair. So many beast bones! Lin Feng saw a mountain of bones at the bottom of the huge mountain. The pile of bones was 30 to 40,000 meters high. He did not know how many creatures had to be killed to be able to pile up such a huge mountain of bones. Lin Feng flew toward the top of the huge mountain. Halfway up the mountain, he saw an extremely huge cave. He landed outside the cave and saw that there were more than 10 jade snake orchids growing outside the cave. The jade snake orchids were an extremely rare sacred medicine. They needed 300,000 years to mature. At present, the dozen or so jade snake orchids had already turned into a jade-like color. This meant that the jade snake orchids had already matured. There's still a hint of green. It should have just matured. Lin Feng came in front of the jade snake orchids and carefully observed them. The jade snake orchids were very special sacred medicines. If they were not mature, they would be highly poisonous. One could not touch them casually. If one touched them, one would be poisoned to death. However, once it matured, the jade snake orchid would become an extremely precious heavenly treasure because it could increase a cultivator's cultivation. Lin Feng plucked a dozen jade snake orchids and stuffed them all into his mouth. Then, Lin Feng felt his body begin to heat up. Lin Feng knew that the jade snake orchid was starting to take effect. He hurriedly circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant art to absorb the medicinal power of the jade serpent orchid. It didn't take long. The medicinal efficacy of the jade snake orchid was completely absorbed by Lin Feng. After absorbing the medicinal power of the jade snake orchid, Lin Feng's cultivation was at the beginning stages of the ninth heaven of the heavenly deity realm. He had reached the late stage of the ninth firmament, heavenly god realm. It was extremely difficult for Lin Feng to break through to the next cultivation level. The jade serpent orchid had helped him break through to the top of the ninth celestial god layer. Lin Feng was extremely happy. Soon, he would break through to the 10th celestial god layer. Once he broke through to the 10th heavenly layer of the heavenly deity realm, the next step was to start accumulating cultivation and prepare to break through to the giant god realm. With Lin Feng's accumulation, if he broke through to the giant god realm, at that time, he would definitely be like a dragon entering the sea and an eagle soaring into the sky. The world was so big that he could go wherever he wanted. Then, Lin Feng entered the huge cave. The cave was incomparably quiet. He started to walk. There would even be thumping footsteps. The cave was pitch black. One couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. And it also emitted a strong stench. The environment of the Beast King's residence naturally couldn't be good. Along the way, Lin Feng kept his divine consciousness open. He was very cautious. Because entering a place like the Beast King's lair, he had to be more cautious. If he wasn't careful, he would probably only have a dead end when the time came. As he gradually went deeper into this huge and deep cave, the stench emitted from the cave also gradually disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a faint fragrance. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Where did this fragrance come from? Hee hee hee. Suddenly, laughter came from inside. Lin Feng's spirit was suddenly shaken. It was really a woman's voice. A woman was laughing? This made Lin Feng very puzzled. Why were there women in the Beast King's lair? Could it be that the Beast King was hiding a mistress in a golden house? He carefully sneaked over. Soon, Lin Feng saw the belly of a mountain appear in front of him. In the belly of the mountain, there was a hot spring. At this moment, there were two women sitting in the hot spring. These two women were rare beauties with 9 foxtails. They were actually women of the 9-tailed fox clan. These two beautiful women were bathing. "Young master, we see you. Don't hide anymore. Come in quickly and let us serve you as you bathe." The two women's delicate voices came out. Hearing these two women's voices, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel his blood boil. Suddenly, a strong thought emerged in his mind. That was to quickly rush over and enjoy the service of these two beautiful women. But at this moment, Lin Feng felt that something was off. "Young master, what are you waiting for? Come quickly." The two women were extremely seductive. They continuously tempted Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng forced himself to close his eyes with great willpower, then activated Lu Ya's stargazing chart. Swoosh! The women in front of him disappeared. What appeared in front of him was a huge cave. There was indeed a pool in the cave, but it wasn't a hot spring pool. He didn't know what kind of spirit liquid was in the pool. The spirit liquid was surrounded by immortal light. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and looked at the ingredients of the hot spring pool. Lin Feng was very surprised. It was actually an illusion stone. This type of illusion stone was extremely terrifying. It could create a powerful illusion, silently causing a cultivator to fall into an illusion and be unable to extricate themselves. If Lin Feng hadn't cultivated Lu Yu's stargazing chart, he would probably have fallen for it today. Lin Feng looked at the spirit liquid in the pool. He sensed the aura of the stars from the spirit liquid. He also sensed the power of immortal qi. The spirit liquid seemed to contain the power of the stars and immortals. Could this be the legendary immortal spirit liquid? Lin Feng thought of the treasure he saw in the Taoist scriptures. It was a kind of immortal spirit liquid formed by fusing the power of the stars and immortals. Its value was unimaginable. I'm really rich. Lin Feng looked at the immortal spirit liquid in the pool in surprise. He immediately used the great devouring technique to devour all the immortal spirit liquid and stored it in his dantian, preparing to refine it. Lin Feng was about to leave. Suddenly, he sensed a sinister and terrifying aura enveloping his body. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the aura. There was a huge and deep cave there. Chapter 2683. Seeing those cold eyes, Lin Feng could not help but feel his hair stand on end. The owner of those cold eyes was simply too terrifying. In that instant, Lin Feng felt as if he was being stared at by the god of death. That feeling was simply too terrible. Not good. Lin Feng's expression was one of great shock. Without even thinking, he rushed outside. A loud rumbling sound was heard. That terrifying creature quickly chased after Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng finally saw clearly what kind of existence it was. That creature was actually a two-winged demon snake. The two-winged demon snake's body was thick and large. It was densely covered with black scales. The black scales on its body even emitted a cold luster. That cold luster was like a metallic luster. The pair of huge wings seemed to be made of metal. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a creature. It was not even recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Of course, it was impossible for the classic of mountains and seas to record all the ferocious beasts in the world. The two-winged demon snake's body emitted waves of violent fluctuations. That aura caused Lin Feng's heart to sink to the bottom. Boom! A terrifying fluctuation came from behind. Then, a ball of energy was spat out by the two-winged demon snake. It shot towards Lin Feng, who was in front of it. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. Facing the two-winged demon snake's attack, Lin Feng quickly rushed into a tunnel in front of him. Bang! The ball of energy spat out by the two-winged demon snake hit the tunnel. Suddenly, the tunnel began to collapse. Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the huge mountain peak. Then, he fled into the distance. The two-winged demon snake quickly chased after him. Its huge body sat cross-legged in mid-air. Its body was about 20,000 meters long. Hey, this two-winged demon snake is not the one that shed its skin. When he saw the body of the two-winged demonic flood dragon that was chasing after him, Lin Feng immediately discovered that something was wrong. The skin of the flood dragon that he had seen before was much larger than the body of this two-winged demonic flood dragon. There are two double-winged demonic flood dragons here. Could it be one male and one female? The one I saw earlier was a male, and the two-winged demonic flood dragon that was left behind in the cave was a female. Lin Feng thought of a possibility. This double-winged demonic flood dragon was extremely powerful, but it shouldn't have reached the Emperor realm yet. However, with such a huge body, it was unknown how much power it contained. The amount of mana stored in such a huge body was unimaginable. Phew! The double-winged demonic flood dragon opened its ferocious mouth and spat out clouds of gas at Lin Feng. The gas emitted by this two-winged demonic flood dragon was extremely terrifying. The gas corroded the void. Crack, crack. Lin Feng even heard the sound of the void collapsing. If his body was hit by the gas emitted by the two-winged demon flood dragon, he would definitely die without a burial place. Moreover, this was not the double-winged demonic flood dragon at the Beast King level. If it was the double-winged demonic flood dragon at the Beast King level, it would probably be able to instantly kill Lin Feng. Faced with the double-winged demonic flood dragon's attack, Lin Feng did not confront it head-on. Confronting such a powerful existence head-on was simply courting death. Therefore, Lin Feng had been doing his best to avoid the double-winged demonic flood dragon's attacks. After dodging the double-winged demonic flood dragon's attacks, Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. Then, he charged into the distance. The double-winged demonic flood dragon pursued Lin Feng closely. Although the double-winged demonic flood dragon's body was extremely huge, its speed was not slow at all. This kind of ferocious beast had the blood of the great desolate era flowing in its veins. Therefore, it was exceptionally powerful. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The double-winged demonic flood dragon spat out one energy ball after another. Those energy balls were simply too powerful. Although Lin Feng was doing his best to avoid the energy balls spat out by the double-winged demonic flood dragon, it was not an easy task to completely avoid them. Lin Feng was still sent flying by the energy balls spat out by the double-winged demonic flood dragon. Wah! Lin Feng could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His complexion became as pale as paper. His expression was extremely gloomy. This double-winged demonic flood dragon was simply too powerful. If this continued, it was likely that he would not be able to escape. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He did not continue to flee. Instead, he took the initiative to charge towards the double-winged demonic flood dragon. Seeing Lin Feng charging towards it, the double-winged demonic flood dragon's ice-cold eyes immediately revealed a look of contempt. It did not place Lin Feng in its eyes at all. That enormous flood dragon's claw was like a mountain. It descended from the sky and slapped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out the stone sword. Holding the stone sword in his hand, he continuously poured powerful magic power into the stone sword with the help of his remnant soul. Lin Feng did his best to release the power of the stone sword. Even if he only released a small portion of the stone sword's power, it was still terrifying enough. The stone sword was one of the most mysterious treasures in the world. A tearing sound was heard immediately after. The stone sword in Lin Feng's hand directly pierced through the double-winged demonic flood dragon's enormous claw. Fresh blood spurted out like a pillar. Immediately, the sky was dyed red. Roar! The double-winged demonic flood dragon let out a painful roar. Lin Feng's attack had indeed injured the double-winged demonic flood dragon. Haha, this stone sword is truly unimaginably powerful. Lin Feng was simply full of praise for the stone sword's power. This stone sword was truly too powerful. This was only a very small portion of the stone sword's power that had been activated. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the stone sword's power would be if it was completely activated. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly flew towards the double-winged demonic flood dragon's head. He wanted to use the stone sword to pierce through the double-winged demonic flood dragon's head. For any living creature, the head was the body's greatest weakness. Once the head was pierced through, death was certain. Swoosh, swoosh. However, at this moment, the double-winged demonic flood dragon's eyes shot out two cold beams of light. They shot towards Lin Feng. Those two beams of light were simply too terrifying. They instantly pierced through the void and shattered the world. They were extremely powerful. Even Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng quickly placed the stone sword in front of him. The double-winged demonic flood dragon's attack bombarded the stone sword. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was sent flying. His right hand, which was holding the stone sword, was shattered. Blood immediately flowed out. Lowly living creature, I want your life. The double-winged demonic flood dragon let out an extremely cold voice. Those cold eyes continuously shot out beams of terrifying light towards Lin Feng. This attack should be one of the double-winged demonic flood dragon's most terrifying moves. At the same time, in the distance, the double-winged demonic flood dragon that was at the level of a beast king raised its head. Its cold eyes looked over. That terrifying beast king looked at Lin Feng with its cold eyes. At that moment, Chapter 2684. The Beast King Level 2 Winged Demonic Jiao had also noticed what was happening here. That was why it was looking over. After seeing the Beast King Level 2 Winged Demonic Jiao, Lin Feng only had one thought in his mind. He had to run. He had to run away from this troublesome place. The two-winged demonic Jiao was already hard enough to deal with. Now, there was another terrifying two-winged demonic Jiao that had very likely reached the Emperor level. When that time came, it would be hard for him to escape. Shwa, shwa. Beams of light shot out from the two-winged demonic Jiao's eyes towards Lin Feng. Attack after attack, the two-winged demonic Jiao's power was unparalleled. At that moment, Lin Feng no longer had any plans to continue fighting with the two-winged demonic Jiao. Running away was the best option. He dodged the two-winged demonic Jiao's attacks and quickly rushed into the distance. Lowly creature, you will not be able to escape. The two-winged demonic Jiao's roar shook the sky as it chased after Lin Feng. The two-winged demonic Jiao was simply too fast. Lin Feng was unable to shake it off. He was currently in the region where the two-winged demonic Jiao's lair was located. Because of that, there were no powerful wild beasts around. However, Lin Feng reckoned that it would not be long before he would encounter other wild beasts. At that time, the two-winged demonic Jiao would order the other wild beasts to attack him. Stop him. Wouldn't that mean that he would definitely die? Because of that, the current situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng knew that the current situation was extremely dangerous for him. Because of that, Lin Feng knew that he had to quickly shake off the two-winged demonic Jiao that was chasing after him. Perhaps I can make use of the restrictive formations here. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He had thought of a certain possibility. By making use of the restrictive formations here, he should be able to stop the two-winged demonic Jiao. The restrictive formations of the White Fog world were extremely powerful. Most importantly, the restrictive formations here were connected to many shattered parallel spaces or parallel worlds. These parallel spaces or parallel worlds were places that Lin Feng could make use of. Lin Feng quickly flew. He was searching for a terrain that he could make use of. He needed to find a sufficiently powerful parallel space or parallel world to be able to devour the two-winged demonic Jiao. Even if it devoured the two-winged demonic flood dragon, it would still be able to shatter the parallel space or parallel world. With the two-winged demonic flood dragon's powerful strength, it was possible for it to crawl out in an instant. Only those powerful shattered space or shattered world laws could trap the two-winged demonic flood dragon. It might even bury the two-winged demonic flood dragon. As Lin Feng fled, he searched for such a place. When he passed by a huge mountain range, he felt a terrifying space-time power surging from above the mountain range. Lin Feng opened his sky demon snake eyes and saw a distorted and broken space-time above the world. The aura of that distorted and shattered space-time was extremely terrifying. There were powerful restrictions all around. This kind of shattered space was like some volcanoes. It wasn't erupting all the time. Most of the time, volcanoes were actually in a dormant state. It was the same for this kind of shattered space-time. Most of the time, it was in a state of silence. Unless his strength was accumulated to a certain extent, or perhaps it was stimulated by some external force. Otherwise, they would usually be in a state of silence. Heaven-seizing control art. Lin Feng's hands kept changing, and the magic power in his body kept gushing out. He was using a top-secret technique recorded in the Stone Emperor scripture of the Heavenly Master bloodline. Once this secret technique was used, it could suppress the surrounding great formation for a short period of time. This secret technique could be said to have stolen the good fortune of heaven and earth. That was why it was called the heaven-seizing control art. As the seals were sent into the surrounding restrictions, those terrifying restrictions suddenly quieted down. Lin Feng carefully flew towards the location of the shattered space-time. He was afraid that he would accidentally activate the silent shattered space-time. If that happened, it would be a tragedy. Fortunately, when Lin Feng flew past the shattered space-time, there was no movement in the shattered space-time. The two-winged demonic flood dragon quickly chased after him. Rumble. The two-winged demonic flood dragon's body was too huge. When the two-winged demonic flood dragon flew over, the shattered space-time was immediately activated, and it let out a series of loud noises. The shattered space-time emitted a powerful devouring power. Then, it enveloped the two-winged demonic flood dragon, wanting to devour it. However, the two-winged demonic flood dragon was too powerful. Its huge body was like a huge moving mountain range in the void. The devouring power gushed out from the shattered space-time. It was unable to devour the two-winged demonic flood dragon's body. So terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The two-winged demonic flood dragon's strength was a strength that defied common sense. This one wasn't even a beast king. It was unknown how strong a beast king level two-winged demonic flood dragon was. Facing the two-winged demonic flood dragon's attack, Lin Feng was already prepared. He removed the restrictions that were previously suppressed. When the densely packed restrictions touched the two-winged demonic flood dragon's body, they immediately released a powerful attack. Even though the two-winged demonic flood dragon was powerful, it still encountered trouble under the dual attack of the shattered space-time and restrictions. A part of its body was blasted into the shattered space-time by the restrictions. The shattered space-time also seemed to have been stimulated, and the devouring power it emitted grew stronger and stronger. Roar, roar. The two-winged demonic flood dragon let out a series of furious and terrified roars. It struggled with all its might, wanting to charge out. "Go play in other worlds," Lin Feng sneered. He used the burning wrath of the heavens and threw out several fireballs in succession. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The fireballs exploded. They created a terrifying destructive power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The two-winged demonic flood dragon situation could be said to be one disaster after another. Its huge body could no longer hold on and was swallowed by the shattered space-time. However, Lin Feng didn't know where it had been swallowed by the energies. Lin Feng let out a long breath. He quickly flew into the distance. Roar. After flying far away, he heard a furious roar. The Beast King level existence had arrived at the shattered space-time that had swallowed the two-winged demonic flood dragon. It then entered the shattered space-time. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at a place close to the heavenly immortal path. Roar, roar, roar. Earth-shaking roars rang out from the depths of the shattered space-time, and two-winged demonic flood dragons appeared. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The Beast King level two-winged demonic flood dragon was too terrifying. It had actually found the two-winged demonic flood dragon that had been swallowed by the shattered space-time. Moreover, it had brought the two-winged demonic flood dragon back safely. Now, the two terrifying two-winged demonic flood dragons were quickly rushing in his direction. Clearly, the two terrifying two-winged demonic flood dragons had sensed his aura from a great distance. Chapter 2685. Seeing the two terrifying creatures rushing towards him, Lin Feng knew that he had to break out of the encirclement quickly. He had to return to the immortal path before the two-winged demon dragons arrived. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Whoosh! Lin Feng held the stone sword in his hand and rushed towards the immortal path to heaven. Roar! The group of beasts roared and charged towards Lin Feng. Countless ferocious beasts had already received the order of the two-winged demon flood dragon. They were going to risk their lives to stop Lin Feng. Therefore, these beasts pounced towards Lin Feng without fear of death. Slash! Lin Feng roared. He held the stone sword in his hand and slashed towards the beasts that were pouncing towards him. Poochie! 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 Tearing sounds could be heard one after another as the beasts were killed by Lin Feng's stone sword. However, Lin Feng was also hit by many beasts. Numerous wounds appeared on his body, dripping with blood. He was in a rather miserable state. If this continued, he would definitely die. Lin Feng did not hold back at all and used his most powerful combat strength. He multitasked and summoned the Plate of Reincarnation and the Gate of Karma. At the same time, he waved the stone sword. Lin Feng was in a completely frenzied attack mode. There was no defense at all, because at this moment, he was surrounded by countless beasts and could only fight to the death. He had to quickly carve out a bloody path. Only by attacking could he carve out a bloody path. Defense would not be able to carve out a bloody path. Lin Feng was like a god and a demon. He shook the world and destroyed the sun, moon, and sky. With the combination of the Gate of Karma and the Plate of Reincarnation, he was simply invincible. He was quickly approaching the immortal path to heaven. A large number of beasts were killed, and the ground was dyed red. Countless wounds appeared on Lin Feng's body. His injuries were very serious and almost fatal. If it were someone else, most likely, he would have died countless times by now. However, Lin Feng's immortal bloodline played a crucial role at this time. It was constantly repairing his body. Although his injuries were severe, his undying bloodline allowed Lin Feng to recover quickly. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His body was filled with an endless amount of deadly energy. The killing intent was devoured by Lin Feng's white tiger domineering aura. The white tiger haki was not condensed, but now he was about to break through. But this kind of heaven-defying method, the closer one was to success, the harder it was to succeed. It was the same for the white tiger haki. It was not an easy task to successfully condense the white tiger haki. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out and swept across the world. For terrifying creatures rushed over. The bull demon king, the golden snake, the red-crowned crane, and the eight-armed demon ape. These four creatures were abnormally powerful. They were quasi-beast kings. Previously, Lin Feng was besieged by the bull demon king, the golden snake, and the immortal crane, but in the end, he got rid of the three creatures. Later, Lin Feng saw the bull demon king, the golden snake, the immortal crane, and the eight-armed demon ape kill an extremely powerful cultivator. Now that these four terrifying creatures had arrived, it was naturally an extremely dangerous thing for Lin Feng. "Kid, you can't escape." The big black yak's roar shook the sky. With a demon ox charge, it slammed towards Lin Feng. The golden snake turned into a golden light and pierced towards Lin Feng's body. It was like an immortal spear, piercing through the world and stabbing towards Lin Feng. The immortal crane turned into a dazzling sword chi, crossing the sky and slashing towards Lin Feng. The eight-armed demon ape waved its 8 arms and condensed the phantom of 10,000 demons. The phantom of 10,000 demons all rushed towards Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng was already doing his best to resist the encirclement of the surrounding beasts. Just as he was about to break out of the encirclement, the four quasi-beast kings appeared. Immediately, Lin Feng was in danger. Bang, 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 bang. The attacks of the two sides collided. The attacks of the four great quasi-beast king-level existences were really too terrifying. Crack, crack. The gate of karma and the plate of reincarnation that Lin Feng summoned began to shatter. The two sides exchanged more than 10 blows. The gate of karma and the plate of reincarnation were destroyed. Supreme aura, epical aura. Lin Feng hurriedly released the two types of aura. After the two types of aura overlapped, a powerful defensive power was produced. That powerful defensive power protected Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly rushed outside. But the attacks of the four quasi-beast kings were too powerful. They kept attacking Lin Feng from all sides. Lin Feng didn't know what to do. Lin Feng's injuries were getting worse and worse, and the immortal divine body's recovery was getting slower and slower. And in the distance, two-winged demon dragons were quickly rushing towards this side. The situation was extremely bad for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression also became very serious. He rushed left and right, but was repelled again and again. The four quasi-beast kings seemed to be worried that Lin Feng would drag a few of them down with him before he died, so they didn't choose to completely kill Lin Feng. Instead, they kept exhausting Lin Feng's magic power. Kill, kill, kill. Lin Feng roared. Even though he knew that he couldn't break out of the encirclement, he still chose to break out again and again. Every time he broke out of the encirclement, many new wounds would appear on his body. He was constantly repelled, and his injuries kept getting worse. The situation was getting worse and worse. Roar, roar. In the distance, the roars of beasts shook the sky. The two-winged demon dragons would arrive in a quarter of an hour at most. At that time, it would be a situation of certain death. Lin Feng attacked the encirclement of the beasts again and again, and was repelled again and again. But Lin Feng didn't give up. Rang Ranzai fearlessly rushed towards the ferocious beasts that were blocking his path. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind Lin Feng. It was the shadow of a fierce tiger. Looking carefully, it was actually a white tiger. Roar! The roar shook the heavens and the earth. The white tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the void trembled. Could it be? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. In a battle of life and death, cultivators could condense killing intent, which played a crucial role in the cultivation of the white tiger haki. White tiger haki. It was very likely that the white tiger haki was about to be condensed successfully. Killing intent filled the world. The killing intent that had accumulated in Lin Feng's body all poured into the white tiger's body. Finally, a formless energy condensed and formed. This power was the white tiger haki, the 7th level of haki. Lin Feng's face revealed a look of extreme surprise. He broke through the encirclement again and again without fear of death. He failed again and again. He fought to live from the brink of death. The heavens didn't let down those who worked hard. Lin Feng's white tiger haki. The condensation was successful. Lin Feng hurriedly operated the white tiger haki. The 3 types of haki superimposed together. Lin Feng's haki formed a huge magnetic field. Bang, bang, bang. After the surrounding beasts were enveloped by the magnetic field formed by the 3 types of haki superimposed, their bodies directly exploded. They couldn't withstand the magnetic field formed by the 3 types of haki superimposed. Quickly retreat. The 4 quasi-beast king-level existences cried out in horror. They quickly retreated, not daring to get close to Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the heavenly immortal path. Despicable ant, die! Suddenly, a low and cold voice resounded through the world. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to rush into the heavenly immortal path, suddenly, a huge claw split the void and blasted towards Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a thick aura of death enveloping his entire body. Chapter 2686. The attack of a 2-winged demonic flood dragon was simply unstoppable. Even if Lin Feng wielded the stone sword to fight against the 2-winged demonic flood dragon, the result would be unchangeable. This was almost certain death. Everything seemed to be irreversible. However, Lin Feng still had one last technique that he hadn't used yet. It was the heaven patching technique. No matter how dangerous the situation was, he hadn't used the heaven patching technique in order to prevent this situation from happening. In this situation, even the great death substitution technique couldn't save him. The opponent was simply too powerful and could instantly extinguish all of his vitality. The great death substitution technique couldn't be used. Even if it could. So what? If the opponent could kill him once, they could kill him a second time. Only the heaven patching technique could be used once more by borrowing an opportunity from the heavens. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. The 2-winged demonic flood dragon's attack hit empty air. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared outside the heavenly path, several hundred meters away. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly entered the heavenly path. Roar! The 2-winged demonic flood dragon let out an angry roar. However, it couldn't stop Lin Feng at this time. Even though the 2-winged demonic flood dragon was an emperor, it didn't dare to challenge the order of heaven and earth on the heavenly path. The order of heaven and earth on the heavenly path was abnormally terrifying. It contained great danger. If the creatures of the white fog world dared to enter the heavenly path, they would be killed by the order of the laws. Even someone as powerful as the 2-winged demonic flood dragon didn't dare to rashly try. After entering the heavenly path, Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Being able to come out alive was really too difficult. He followed the heavenly immortal path and quickly flew up it. The heavenly path wasn't just a simple path. Every once in a while, a chain of mountains or places like the Cliff of Enlightenment would appear beside the heavenly path. These places were connected to the heavenly path and weren't connected to the white fog world. Therefore, cultivators could enter these places to search for their own opportunities. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a huge battle erupting in a mountain range that was connected to the heavenly immortal path. There were 2 groups of cultivators. One group had about a dozen cultivators while the other group had 3 cultivators. The dozen or so cultivators were besieging the 3 cultivators. It was unknown what they were trying to snatch. After a fierce battle between the 2 sides, the 3 cultivators had actually managed to kill all of the cultivators who had surrounded them. The strength of those 3 cultivators was abnormally strong. Cultivators from the netherworld. Lin Feng looked at the 3 cultivators in shock. They were all wearing black robes that covered their bodies, making it impossible to see what they looked like. However, Lin Feng had entered the netherworld before. Therefore, he was more familiar with the aura of the netherworld creatures. Although the 3 black-robed cultivators had concealed their underworld aura with spells, Lin Feng still sensed it with his sharp, spiritual sense. After killing more than 10 cultivators, the 3 cultivators collected the treasures on the bodies of the cultivators and devoured their souls. Then, they rushed outside. They saw Lin Feng, who had just entered the mountain range. The eyes of the 3 cultivators flashed with a sinister expression. They probably wanted to kill Lin Feng. They had the advantage in numbers and were extremely powerful cultivators. Encountering a lone cultivator like Lin Feng, they naturally had some thoughts. Lin Feng looked at the 3 cultivators with an indifferent expression. "Let's go." The Hell cultivator in the middle looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and said to the 2 cultivators next to him. The 2 underworld cultivators were clearly taken aback. Then, they nodded. They left together with the middle cultivator. The middle cultivator was clearly the leader of the 3. Soon, the 3 of them entered the heavenly immortal path. They continued to walk towards the depths of the heavenly immortal path. "Brother Huyin, why did you choose to leave?" The black-robed cultivator on the left asked. The middle cultivator was called Huyin Zhe. It was said that he came from an extremely ancient clan in the netherworld. The one who spoke was called Shua Fengjun. He was also a descendant of a large clan in the netherworld. The other person was called Duanmu Long. He also came from a large clan. "This person is not simple," Huyin Zhe said. "He looks very ordinary." Shua Fengjun said. "His realm doesn't seem to be very high. He hasn't even broken through to the giant god realm." Duanmu Long said. Huyin Zhe said, "We can't judge his cultivation based on his realm alone. I actually sensed a trace of the netherworld's aura from him. He must have entered the netherworld before. He might even be a netherworld emissary. Such a person must have some ability. I feel that if the 3 of us join forces to kill him, he will definitely drag someone down with him. Consider this kid lucky," Shua Fengjun said. Shua Fengjun said with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng did not know that Huyin Zhe, Shua Fengjun, and Duanmu Long were talking about him. At that moment, Lin Feng had found a cave in the mountain range. He went inside and meditated in seclusion. He had obtained a lot of galaxy immortal liquid from the 2-winged devil flood dragon's lair. Now, he could refine the galaxy immortal liquid to increase his cultivation. Lin Feng took out the galaxy immortal liquid and drank it directly. Next, he circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art and began to refine the galaxy immortal liquid. The galaxy immortal liquid turned into the purest energy. The energy was continuously absorbed by Lin Feng's body. As the pure energy was absorbed by his body, Lin Feng's realm also began to increase. His realm quickly rose from the late stage of the 9th heavenly god realm to the peak of the 9th heavenly god realm. Then, Lin Feng began to attempt to break through to the 10th heavenly god realm. The pure energy from the galaxy immortal liquid gathered together and formed a long river of energy. The long river of energy flowed within Lin Feng's body. He began to break through the barrier of the 10th heavenly god realm again and again. It was not an easy task to break through to the 10th firmament celestial god realm. After trying for more than 10 times, finally, a tearing sound came from Lin Feng's body. It was as if something had been pierced. Waves of powerful magic power surged out. The magic power stored in Lin Feng's dantian began to grow at a crazy rate. Lin Feng had the urge to raise his head to the sky and shout, "Ha ha ha ha! 10th heavenly god realm, I finally..." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh loudly. His realm finally stopped at the early stage of the 10th heavenly god realm. This kind of small breakthrough wasn't particularly difficult. Lin Feng estimated that he would soon reach the peak of the 10th heavenly god realm. At that time, he would have to start preparing to break through to the giant god realm. Lin Feng left the mountain range and entered the heavenly immortal path again. As for the mountain range, it had concealed its form. It was said that there were all kinds of mountain ranges, palaces, ancient ruins, Tao temples, and so on both sides of the heavenly immortal path. However, only those who were fated could see these scenes. Lin Feng continued to travel deeper into the heavenly immortal path. Suddenly, he saw a woman in snow-white clothes appear in front of him. She stood on the path and looked at him. Chapter 2687. Lin Feng was puzzled. Who was that woman? Why was she standing there? She looked at him, and the aura emanating from her body was terrifying. Lin Feng even suspected that she would soon charge over and fight him. However, as far as he could remember, he had never seen such a woman before. This woman was extremely beautiful. She had a perfect figure and a perfect face. The sudden appearance of such a peerless beauty did not excite Lin Feng. Instead, he was filled with doubts. The woman quickly turned around and walked into the distance. Lin Feng suddenly realized that the woman seemed to have disappeared from the world. He carefully sensed her and found that she was no longer in this world. However, when Lin Feng looked ahead, she was clearly there. What's going on? Could it be that the woman was a brand? She's not a real person? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He thought of a certain possibility. There were many images imprinted in the world. Was it possible that the woman was an image left behind by the immortal path to heaven? Perhaps there had been such a woman walking on the immortal path to heaven in the past, but that was a matter of the past. It wasn't a matter of the present. Lin Feng stroked his chin. He felt that there might be such a possibility. He followed behind the woman and continued to walk into the depths of the immortal path to heaven. That figure, that face. She's really the best of the best. Lin Feng followed behind the woman, quietly admiring her beauty. It was a kind of beauty that would make one gasp in amazement. Anyone who saw it would be shocked by this woman's peerless beauty. They would sigh at how such a beautiful woman could exist in this world. Where did she come from? Lin Feng muttered to himself. In the past, such a beautiful woman had come to the immortal path to heaven. Now, he was walking the same path she had walked. The woman's identity was a mystery. Lin Feng was destined to find it difficult to find out her identity because they were not from the same space. Perhaps this woman was currently cultivating in her own world. Who knows, she might have died a long time ago. Whoosh! Suddenly, the woman's speed increased a lot as she rushed forward. Lin Feng followed closely behind. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a majestic palace in front of him. There was a winding path on the immortal path that connected to this majestic palace. It seemed to be an immortal palace, surrounded by immortal chi. The palace was built magnificently. It seemed to be a palace where immortals used to live. The woman walked along the winding path towards the immortal palace. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised and quickly chased after her. He also wanted to follow that woman into the immortal palace. Perhaps he would be able to obtain some unimaginable items. However, Lin Feng was soon disappointed. When he arrived at the location of the winding path had actually disappeared. Am I not fated with this opportunity? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he soon thought that this might not be a fortuitous encounter, because he guessed that everything before his eyes was a scene that had been imprinted in the past. Since it was a scene imprinted on the immortal path to heaven, naturally, it couldn't be considered a fortuitous encounter. Dong! A Dao sound came from the immortal palace. The woman soared into the sky and flew towards the immortal palace. She was truly too beautiful. She was as holy and otherworldly as a fairy. Such a woman really made one's heart palpitate. After the woman entered the immortal palace, the immortal palace's shape completely disappeared. Lin Feng could no longer see the immortal palace. Why did this woman's image appear? It's really strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that this matter was somewhat strange. However, he couldn't tell what was wrong. He collected his thoughts and continued to walk upwards. There were quite a lot of cultivators outside the immortal path to heaven. However, there were very few cultivators on the immortal path to heaven. For several days, Lin Feng didn't see any other cultivators. He also didn't obtain any fortuitous encounters. It's said that there are countless fortuitous encounters on the immortal path to heaven, but I haven't discovered anything yet. Could it be that I'm not fated to be on the immortal path to heaven? Lin Feng couldn't help but think gloomily. He didn't give up. Instead, he continued to walk on the immortal path to heaven. Not long after, Lin Feng heard the sound of Tao. The sound of Tao rose in spirals and resounded between heaven and earth. It shook the clouds. After an unknown period of time, Lin Feng suddenly heard a burst of immortal spirit sound entering his ears. Everyone says that immortals are good. Everyone wants to know about longevity. The voice was fleeting. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Lin Feng stood in place and listened carefully to the voice. A day in the immortal cave is 60 years in the outside world. The immortal cave can lead to longevity. The mortal world has more than 3,000 worries. Who doesn't want to become an immortal? Everyone wants to have an immortal body. The voices resounded in his mind. Lin Feng closed his eyes and walked forward step by step. He didn't know how many steps he took. He stopped and looked ahead. He saw a huge dojo in front of him. The dojo was like a huge 8 trigrams. In front of the dojo was a huge stone tablet. There were 4 words written on the tablet. Immortal Dojo. Lin Feng walked toward the dojo and came to the side of the stone tablet. The stone tablet was very old. It was densely covered with runes. Lin Feng was shocked. This stone tablet was a supreme treasure. He tried to grab the stone tablet and shake it. However, after a few attempts, the stone tablet seemed to have disappeared. He failed every time. The stone tablet was very special. It couldn't be shaken at all. This is a treasure. It's a pity that I can't take it. What a pity. Lin Feng smacked his lips and said. Then, Lin Feng stepped onto the dojo. The dojo was emitting an aura of Tao. Moreover, the aura of Tao was extremely dense. As expected of a mysterious dojo, it was no small matter. I wonder who left this dojo behind? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He walked alone on the dojo. Finally, he sat down cross-legged. He comprehended the Tao of this place. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng felt that he appeared in a vast starry world. He sat cross-legged. Below him was a huge 8 trigrams. In front of Lin Feng, a man also sat cross-legged. It was a man wearing a Taoist robe. He seemed to be the embodiment of this starry world. When Lin Feng saw the man, he was very surprised. He was comprehending the Tao in the dojo, and he actually saw this mysterious man. Who was this man? Chapter 2688. Where did the 8 trigrams originate from? The man asked. Lin Feng didn't know why the man would ask him such a question. He thought for a moment, then said, I heard that sage Emperor Fuxi created the 8 trigrams based on the laws of the world. It was indeed created by sage Emperor Fuxi. However, do you know how sage Emperor Fuxi created the 8 trigrams? Lin Feng shook his head. As for how sage Emperor Fuxi created the 8 trigrams, that was something from countless years ago. It wasn't something that could be explored now. At that moment, the man waved his right hand lightly. Swish! Divine light flickered slightly. In an instant, Lin Feng discovered that the scene before him had changed. He had arrived in an ancient world. In this ancient world, there were torrential storms, lightning, mountain floods, rivers bursting their banks, lightning flashing, tsunamis roaring, the sky collapsing, the earth sinking. All sorts of disasters were occurring. It was like the end of the world. It was terrifying to the extreme. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The world was being destroyed. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, could this be the scene of the Apocalypse War? The man said, of course not. The scene before you can't compare to the Apocalypse War. This scene before you is the beginning of the universe, when the myriad worlds first appeared. The laws of order were still imperfect, which is why such a scene occurred. There are disasters everywhere, and it's extremely terrifying. It makes one feel despair. So that's how it is. Lin Feng nodded. This was the beginning of an epoch, while the Apocalypse War was the end of an epoch. There was a huge difference between the two. The man continued, it was under such circumstances that sage Emperor Fuxi created the 8 trigrams. This is what we call the innate 8 trigrams. Qian is heaven, Kuren is earth, Zhan is thunder, Sun is wind, Ken is water, Li is fire, Zhen is mountain, and Dui is lake. In the beginning, the innate 8 trigrams symbolized the 8 natural phenomena of heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, mountain, and lake. This was the foundation of Sage Emperor Fushi's creation of the 8 trigrams. Sage Emperor Fushi used the innate 8 trigrams to predict the changes in heaven and earth. He believed that the interaction of yin and yang was the origin of all things. The Qian and Kuan trigrams were especially important in the 8 trigrams. Taiji and the 8 trigrams combined to form the Taiji 8 trigrams, which was later used by Taoists. Taoists believed that the Taiji 8 trigrams had great divine powers to suppress the evil. Therefore, after Emperor Fushi created the 8 trigrams, he used them in many different ways. Back in the days, the 8 trigrams played a key role in stabilizing the order of the universe. The 8 trigrams stabilized the strength of each world, and at that time, the order of the universe was constantly improving. In the end, many worlds were truly formed. Oi? Lin Feng admired Holy Emperor Fushi even more. He created the innate 8 trigrams to benefit the future generations. Actually, Lin Feng had also studied the 8 trigrams. The Celestial Teachers branch had taught him about the 8 trigrams. However, the legacy of the Celestial Masters wasn't the core of Fushi's connate 8 trigrams. There were many kinds of 8 trigrams in the future. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were as vast as the sea. But among these inheritances, it was impossible to find the core inheritance of Fushi's innate 8 trigrams. It had long been buried in the river of history. Fushi's innate 8 trigrams were heaven-defying enough to predict many things in the future. Sage Emperor Fushi had died tragically. It was also related to the innate 8 trigrams. The man said, Sage Emperor Fushi created the 8 trigrams for the future and saved this era from turmoil. Who knows how many lives he saved? Unfortunately, Sage Emperor Fushi made others jealous and killed him. Lin Feng asked, Who killed Sage Emperor Fushi? The man said, It's not suitable for you to know this now. Lin Feng sighed. It seemed that the man felt that his cultivation was not enough. If he told him, he would probably be killed. Is the Tao contained in this place Sage Emperor Fushi's core inheritance? Lin Feng asked. He could not help but become excited. If he could obtain Sage Emperor Fushi's core inheritance, it would be terrifying. The core of the innate 8 trigrams was a divination technique. He could divine anything he wanted. At that time, he could divine where there were fortuitous opportunities and immortal artifacts. He could just go there and search. The man looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile and said, Do you really want to obtain Sage Emperor Fushi's core inheritance? Yes, of course. The innate 8 trigrams created by Sage Emperor Fushi is one of the greatest achievements in the history of the human race. If such a powerful inheritance were to be lost, those who heard it would be sad and those who heard it would cry. As a human cultivator, it is our duty to bring Sage Emperor Fushi's inheritance to greater heights. It is something we should strive to accomplish for the rest of our lives, said Lin Feng with a strong sense of righteousness. The man rolled his eyes when he heard Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng did not know what kind of existence this man was. He had originally thought that he was a divine sense branded in the dojo, but now it seemed that he was not that simple. Sage Emperor Fushi's core inheritance is not here. Perhaps it is somewhere in the heaven realm, the man said. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was full of enthusiasm. It turned into nothingness. He smiled bitterly and said, So this place is not Sage Emperor Fushi's inheritance? It is Sage Emperor Fushi's inheritance, but it is not the core inheritance. The man said, Then what kind of inheritance is it? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Just as Lin Feng was entering a state of enlightenment, 5 cultivators quickly flew over from afar. The 5 cultivators were very young, but each of them was extremely powerful. They were led by a man in a long golden robe. Look, it's a dojo. One of the cultivators pointed at the dojo. It really is a dojo. There is someone in the dojo. It seems that he is in a state of enlightenment. Another cultivator exclaimed in shock. Dojo of Immortals. This name is quite interesting. That kid is in a state of enlightenment. He doesn't even have any companions. Let's kill him and take his soul, memories, and treasures. The third cultivator said coldly, "That kid is unlucky to run into us." The fourth cultivator sneered. Chapter 2689. Don't worry. I promise I'll do it quickly. The other four said in unison and then walked towards the training hall. But at this moment, the path to the training hall had disappeared. The four cultivators immediately stopped. Although the training hall was right in front of them, in reality, they couldn't reach that place at all. If they wanted to forcefully enter the training hall, they would be lost in the white fog world. This was because the white fog world outside every opportunity was very special. It was connected to some parallel spaces or parallel worlds. Once they entered, they would be instantly devoured. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. And the situation in front of them was like that. The opportunity here can only be enjoyed by this person alone. The golden-robed man's eyes suddenly revealed two rays of light. Usually, an opportunity that was enjoyed by someone alone was definitely not simple. It might be a powerful inheritance, or it might be another opportunity. But since this place was called the Immortal Training Hall, then there was a high probability that this place contained a powerful inheritance. What should we do? A cultivator looked at the golden-robed man and asked, "Hide and wait for that kid to appear. When the time comes, we'll kill him." A cold killing intent appeared on the golden-robed man's face. Okay, the other four nodded. Lin Feng didn't know that he had been targeted by the golden-robed man and the others. At this moment, he was looking at the man beside him with anticipation. Since this man said that this place was Fushi's inheritance, what kind of inheritance was it? Lin Feng was extremely curious. The man said, "The first inheritance is called the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram. This is an immortal technique passed down by Emperor Fushi. This immortal technique divides yin and yang into two extremes and uses the 8 trigrams to guard the 8 directions. Once used, the power is endless." Oh, this divine ability? Lin Feng was surprised. Why? Do you know something about this divine ability? The man looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Not really, but I have also researched a divine ability that is somewhat similar to the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram. Senior, please take a look." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he soared into the sky. Then, his body turned into a Taiji 8 trigrams diagram. This was a divine ability that Lin Feng condensed by combining the Great Yin-Yang technique with the 8 trigrams technique passed down from the Celestial Master Sect. With the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram as the center, the 8 trigrams guarded the 8 directions. It was similar to the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram. That's right. That's right. You actually managed to create such a divine ability. Seeing the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams diagram that Lin Feng displayed, the man could not help clicking his tongue in wonder and sighing in admiration. Shua. With a flash of light, Lin Feng transformed into his human form. He asked, "Senior, what do you think of the might of my Yin-Yang 8 trigrams diagram?" With Yin and Yang as the center, the 8 trigrams suppress the 8 directions. The power of this Yin-Yang 8 trigrams diagram is indeed very strong, but after all, it is a combination of two divine abilities. Although its power is strong, it is still very weak. But there's one wonderful thing. You've used the great Yin-Yang art in this combined divine sense. If you succeed in cultivating the Taiji Yin-Yang image, you can also integrate the great Yin-Yang art into the Taiji Yin-Yang image and guard the two poles of the Taiji Yin-Yang image. In this way, the power of the Taiji Yin-Yang image will be greatly enhanced. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, I can give it a try when the time comes." As the saying goes, Taiji gives birth to Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang give birth to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols give birth to the 8 trigrams. The evolution of all things in this world follows a pattern. Taiji is 1, and Yin and Yang are 2. Thus, Yin and Yang are what we call Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang happen to guard the Yang and Yin extremes of Taiji, and the great Yin-Yang art is the foundation of the great Tao of Yin and Yang. It is definitely the most perfect combination. The man continued to explain. Lin Feng pondered the man's words. The man's words contained a lot of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Feng suddenly felt enlightened. At that moment, the man continued, The second type of inheritance is the Great Eight Trigrams art of the 3,000 Great Ways. The Great Eight Trigrams art is the foundation of the Eight Trigrams art. It's like building a house with the Great Eight Trigrams art as the foundation. Cultivating the Great Eight Trigrams art is equivalent to laying the foundation. If you don't cultivate the Great Eight Trigrams art, it's like a house without a foundation. Of course, the most important thing is that after practicing the Great Eight Trigrams art, when you go to the Heaven Realm in the future, you might be able to sense where Saint Emperor Fushi's core inheritance is. At that time, you might be able to rely on the Great Eight Trigrams art to find Saint Emperor Fushi's core inheritance. At that time, you will be able to obtain the heaven-defying techniques that Saint Emperor Fushi had mastered. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but reveal a burning gaze. Whether it was the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram or the Great Eight Trigrams art, they were all too important. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could comprehend the Tao of this place. Although this place contained the cultivation method of the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram and the Great Eight Trigrams art. But if he couldn't comprehend it, then everything would be for naught. Lin Feng wanted to ask some other questions in detail, but he found that the man had disappeared. Who is he? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The man's identity was very mysterious, and he didn't know who he was. However, Lin Feng felt that the man might be related to the Holy Emperor Fushi. Could he be the descendant of the Holy Emperor Fushi, or the successor of the Holy Emperor Fushi? As for who he was, Lin Feng didn't know. These were all his guesses. Lin Feng began to comprehend the Tao of this place. This was because Lin Feng had already cultivated the 8 trigrams art passed down by the Heavenly Master's lineage. In addition, he had created the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams art. Therefore, it wasn't particularly difficult to comprehend the Great 8 trigrams art and the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram. This was because Lin Feng's foundation was too good. Everything seemed to flow naturally. After comprehending for 2 days, Lin Feng had successfully comprehended the 2 divine arts. He opened his eyes, and his face lit up with joy. These were 2 extremely important divine arts. Now, it could be considered as a great opportunity. Crack, crack. The Tao platform of the immortal Tao Plaza began to crack. Lin Feng comprehended the Tao of this place. The Tao platform here would self-destruct. The meaning of the cultivator who set up the Tao platform was clear. The Tao here could only be passed down to one person. Once someone obtained the Tao here, the Tao platform would be destroyed. No one else would be able to obtain the Tao here. Lin Feng quickly left the Tao platform and headed for the heavenly immortal path. He had just returned to the heavenly immortal path. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying chi filled the air as 4 silhouettes appeared and threw themselves at Lin Feng. Chapter 2690. These 4 people were 4 of the 5 people who were hiding here just now. The leading golden-robed man didn't attack. Perhaps he didn't want to, so he didn't attack. Of course, the 4 cultivators who attacked were strong enough. The green-robed cultivator condensed the shadow of a demonic mountain and rushed toward Lin Feng. The purple-robed cultivator's fist was surrounded by dazzling holy light. It turned into a fist light and blasted toward Lin Feng. The cultivator in white clothes released an incredible amount of sword chi. Lin Feng didn't know how many sword chi there were. He wanted to crush Lin Feng's body into pieces. The blue-clothed cultivator condensed the shadow of an evil god of hell. The evil god of hell looked like an evil god that had walked out from the world of hell. It was abnormally terrifying. The 4 cultivators' attacks were too strong. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a thick aura of death envelop him. Heaven patching technique. Before the 4 cultivators' attacks hit him, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique and disappeared without a trace. The attacks of the 4 powerhouses hit nothing but air. Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away and looked at the 5 people who appeared on the heavenly path with a gloomy expression. These 5 people were really powerful. They had hidden themselves so quietly that even he could not detect their auras. 4 of them attacked just now. The golden-robed cultivator didn't attack. Was it because he didn't want to? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Huh, this kid has some tricks up his sleeve? The faces of the 4 powerhouses all revealed a rather shocked expression, as if they couldn't believe their own eyes. The four of them attacked together, but they couldn't kill Lin Feng, a low-level cultivator. This made them very surprised. In addition to surprise, they felt angry and humiliated. As far as they were concerned, killing Lin Feng would be a piece of cake for them. However, what happened was completely different from what they had imagined. It was hard for them to accept. They couldn't accept it because they didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. If the person they were besieging was a top-notch expert in their eyes, and if the other party managed to dodge that terrifying attack, these people would feel that everything was a matter of course. Which scoundrel dares to launch a sneak attack on this young master? Judging from your treacherous and despicable appearance, I know that you people only know how to play dirty tricks behind my back. Lin Feng looked at the five people mockingly. Brat, what did you say? The faces of the five cultivators instantly turned gloomy. They were of noble birth. Everyone had an extremely arrogant personality. Now, Lin Feng actually called him a scoundrel and a treacherous villain. How could these cultivators not be angry? Now, the five of them were furious, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have been cut into 1,000 pieces by their cold gazes. Lin Feng said faintly, "What? Could it be that I'm wrong? Guys who only know how to launch sneak attacks aren't worth mentioning at all. For people like you, this young master can kill you with just a flick of his finger. Reckless fool. I'll take your life within 3 moves." The blue-clothed young master's expression was indifferent, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He took a step forwards and threw a punch at Lin Feng. The other 4 people looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They seemed to be full of confidence in the blue-clothed young master. When the young man in blue threw a punch, the image of a sky full of mountains and rivers appeared on his fist. This move was called the Heavenly Mountain River Fist. With one punch, the mountains and rivers in the heavens were all shattered. Its power could be described as peerless and terrifying. Feeling the blue-clothed cultivator's attack, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This blue-clothed young master's cultivation was so powerful. If it was a one-on-one fight, Lin Feng felt that if he didn't use his trump card, he wouldn't be a match for the blue-clothed cultivator at all. Facing the blue-clothed young master's attack, Lin Feng didn't move at all. He didn't even lift his eyelids. What the hell is that kid doing? The other 4 people couldn't help but frown slightly. They naturally didn't think that Lin Feng was scared out of his wits. How could he still have such thoughts after cultivating to this realm? Be careful. The purple-clothed young master couldn't help but remind. The blue-clothed young master said confidently, "Don't worry, dealing with a lowly cultivator from the lower realm is simply a piece of cake." The other 4 people thought about it and felt that it made sense. They looked at Lin Feng with interest. They were all looking at him with a teasing gaze. People from the heaven realm? Hearing the blue-clothed young master's words, Lin Feng finally moved. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Lin Feng, this blue-clothed cultivator, used the words lowly cultivator from the lower realm to describe himself. Generally, only cultivators from the heaven realm would use lower realm to refer to cultivators from other worlds. Therefore, these 5 people should be cultivators from the heaven realm. No wonder their strength was so terrifying. It turned out that they were cultivators from the heaven realm. This could be explained. Kid, go to hell. The blue-clothed cultivator's mouth curled up into a sinister expression. That tyrannical punch was about to land on Lin Feng's body. At this moment, a light flashed in Lin Feng's hand, and the stone sword appeared in his hand. Lin Feng held the stone sword with both hands and slashed at the blue-clothed cultivator. The reason why he had been standing still earlier was to numb the blue-clothed cultivator. When the blue-clothed cultivator's attack was about to land on his body, he would take out the stone sword to deal with the blue-clothed cultivator. At this moment, the distance was too close. Even if the blue-clothed cultivator had a powerful magic treasure on him, it was too late to take it out. Feeling the power emitted from the stone sword, the blue-clothed cultivator's expression changed greatly. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. A slashing sound was heard. The blue-clothed cultivator's arm was directly chopped off by Lin Feng. Ah! The blue-clothed cultivator let out a mournful scream. No matter how hard a fist was, it was still afraid of a kitchen knife. Although the blue-clothed young master's attack was tyrannical, it was still unable to contend against the stone sword's attack. After chopping off the blue-clothed cultivator's arm, Lin Feng waved the stone sword and slashed towards the blue-clothed cultivator's head. "Kid, you dare?" The other four people couldn't help but roar as they all charged towards Lin Feng. "Why wouldn't I dare?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. His sword was moving towards Lin Feng's direction. A slashing sound was heard. The blue-clothed cultivator's head was directly chopped off by Lin Feng. The stone sword shattered the blue-clothed cultivator's soul. The blue-clothed cultivator's soul scattered. At the same time, Lin Feng quickly retreated. Boom, 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 boom. The attacks of the four experts immediately hit the air. "Little bastard, you're courting death. You're courting death. Today, we'll definitely tear you into pieces." The four cultivators' eyes were twinkling with killing intent. They were looking at Lin Feng with killing intent. Boom. The four strong cultivators moved towards Lin Feng. The four experts were each more terrifying than the other, but the one that made Lin Feng feel fear was the golden-clothed cultivator. Chapter 2691. Previously, the only Heaven Realm cultivator that Lin Feng came into contact with was Inkai. Inkai's cultivation could be described as unfathomable. If he hadn't teamed up with the Fire Luan to deal with Inkai, it was very likely that he wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Of course, Inkai was eaten clean by Lin Feng later on. He believed that Inkai would never forget what happened back then, right? Now, among the four great experts, Lin Feng felt that the golden-clothed man's cultivation was the closest to Inkai's. The other three were slightly weaker, but that was only relative. In fact, the other three's cultivation was also abnormally terrifying. Now that the blue-clothed man was killed by Lin Feng, the four of them were completely furious. Their killing intent soared to the sky, as if they wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Facing the attacks of the four, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He knew that the situation was very bad, but Lin Feng wasn't worried. He controlled the stone sword and wasn't afraid of these people at all. When the four great experts attacked, Epic Hegemony, White Tiger Hegemony, Supreme Hegemony, the three types of hegemony were released at the same time, forming a magnetic field. The four great experts were all enveloped by the magnetic field. Their bodies were almost imprisoned, and their speed was greatly reduced. Its hegemony. The golden-clothed man's expression suddenly changed. This person was indeed the strongest among the four. He immediately chose to retreat. Under the intimidation of Lin Feng's three types of hegemony, the golden-clothed man was actually able to dissolve the oppression of the hegemony. It could be seen how terrifying this golden-clothed man was. The expressions of the other three changed greatly. Their cultivation couldn't be compared to the golden-clothed man. Thus, it was difficult for them to escape the intimidation of the hegemony. Although they tried their best to retreat, their speed was extremely slow. Lin Feng arrived in front of the purple-clothed man and slashed down with the stone sword. Pooh! This terrifying sword strike directly beheaded the purple-robed young master. The purple-clothed man died. Then, Lin Feng walked towards the white-clothed man with his sword. "We're from a big clan in the celestial world. If you dare kill us, you better think about the consequences," the white-clothed man cried out in horror. Then, he began to threaten Lin Feng. He wanted to use his family's power to intimidate Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng completely ignored the white-clothed man's threat. He sneered and said, "I already knew that you were cultivators from the Heaven Realm. There's no need to repeat myself. Even if you are the son of the Heaven Master, if you offend this young master, I will still cut you down." Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and brought his sword down. The white-robed cultivator's head was also cut off. The green-robed cultivator activated a treasure he obtained. It was a flying sword with an ancient and powerful appearance. Clearly, it was a great treasure with an extraordinary origin. After the flying sword was activated, it turned into an afterimage. He quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered when he saw the flying sword flying towards him. The speed of the flying sword was very fast. However, his speed was even faster. Lin Feng waved his stone sword and slashed at the flying sword. Clang! With a sonorous collision sound, the flying sword was sent flying by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng arrived in front of the green-robed man. He slashed at the green-robed man. No! The green-robed man roared in fear. He originally thought that killing Lin Feng would be a piece of cake, but in the end, all of them died one after another. They were the heavens' favored children of the heaven realm. Now, they actually died at the hands of a lower realm cultivator. Only now did the green-robed cultivator understand the meaning of the sentence, "You can't underestimate all the cultivators in the world." Puff! A tearing sound was heard. Lin Feng killed the green-robed man with a single sword strike. However, just as he killed the green-robed man, Lin Feng felt a terrifying aura behind him. The golden-robed man held a war spear in his hand and pierced towards Lin Feng's body. This person's timing could be said to be perfect. It was when Lin Feng killed the green-robed man that the golden-robed man chose to attack. The golden-robed man was abnormally terrifying. Although Lin Feng's domineering aura would cause his speed to plummet. However, he was unable to completely suppress this person. The golden-robed man was now one with his spear. That spear was truly peerless and terrifying. It pierced through heaven and earth. It shattered the heavens. It locked onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no way to dodge. Lin Feng quickly condensed a defensive crystal wall to block the golden-robed man's attack. However, the golden-robed man's spear attack was almost his peak attack. The power was simply too tyrannical. It directly pierced through the defensive crystal wall that Lin Feng condensed. Puff! Then, the spear pierced through Lin Feng's body. Ha! Go to hell! The golden-robed man laughed loudly with a ferocious expression on his face. He wanted to kill Lin Feng in midair. However, Lin Feng grabbed the spear that pierced his body. The golden-robed man was unable to lift Lin Feng up. Lin Feng's other hand waved the stone sword and slashed at the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man's expression sank slightly. He suddenly exerted force with both hands and quickly retreated. He pulled the spear out of Lin Feng's body. A bloody hole appeared on Lin Feng's body. The injury was extremely serious. He had a strong feeling that this person was extremely terrifying. It was just as he had guessed. If it was someone else who took this spear attack of mine, all the meridians in their body would have been broken. They would be crippled by now, but you are fine? The golden-robed man looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. Of course I'm fine. I am an immortal existence. Lin Feng said coldly. He circulated his immortal body and quickly healed his injuries. Oh? You have the immortal body, so you are from this clan. The golden-robed man immediately guessed Lin Feng's identity when he saw that Lin Feng's injuries were healed. It seemed like this person knew something about the Undying clan. After guessing Lin Feng's identity, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. There were a few races in the world, although they were not in the heaven realm. Although they weren't from the heavenly realm was still very wary of those clans. The Undying clan was one of them. Therefore, the golden-robed man wanted to kill Lin Feng. Today, I will let you experience my ultimate technique. The golden-robed man's voice was filled with endless killing intent and coldness. He walked toward Lin Feng step by step. The aura in his body was getting stronger and stronger. It was a sharp aura that could break the sky. It was emitted from the golden-robed man's body. 360,000 spear attacks. The golden-robed man shouted coldly and stabbed his spear at Lin Feng. Suddenly, something terrifying happened. Countless spear lights appeared around the golden-robed young master. There were a total of 360,000 spears. Each spear light contained a terrifying power that could pierce through heaven and earth. Chapter 2692. This move of 360,000 spears was really powerful. It made Lin Feng feel as if he was in a sea of spears. This person's cultivation was really terrifying. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Facing the 360,000 spears, he used 3 types of haki with all his strength. He neutralized the 360,000 spears. The haki was indeed powerful. The 360,000 spears were directly blocked by the haki. It's useless. Although the hockey is powerful, it's not invincible. The golden-clothed young master's voice was cold. He held the war spear in his right hand and suddenly shook it. Suddenly, spear light surged out. Another 360,000 spears shot out. The power was really too tyrannical. Epic hockey still neutralized the golden-clothed young master's attack this time. However, what shocked Lin Feng was that the golden-clothed young master was constantly attacking. Each spear could condense 360,000 spears. This person's magic power was too majestic. Although this divine ability consumed a lot of magic power, he was still quite relaxed. It could be seen how powerful this golden-clothed young master's magic power was. Although the 360,000 spears were neutralized by Lin Feng's hockey time and time again. However, under the repeated attacks, the domineering aura was gradually broken. This was like a treasure with amazing defense that could neutralize hundreds of thousands of attacks from powerful magic treasures. However, in reality, the power interacted and canceled each other out. Every time the magic treasure's attack was neutralized, the defensive magic treasure would be damaged a little. In the end, it would still be destroyed. It was just a matter of time. Lin Feng's hockey was the same. The golden-clothed young master's attack was too fierce. 360,000 spears continued to bombard. Each attack was stronger and fiercer than the last. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This definitely couldn't go on. Lin Feng was also very clear about this. He had to quickly think of a way to neutralize the golden-clothed young master's attack. Otherwise, once the hockey was broken, the situation would be dangerous. Now, the golden-clothed young master's attack was suppressing Lin Feng so much that he had no chance to counterattack. However, Lin Feng was not without a way to deal with the golden-clothed young master. He was channeling the Great Curse art. As long as the Great Curse technique could be used successfully, the golden-clothed young master's attack would be interrupted. Lin Feng continued to use the Great Curse technique. Even after using it a dozen times, he was still unable to injure the golden-clothed young master. Although the Great Curse art was powerful, it wasn't able to injure the opponent every time it was used. The success rate was actually very low. Crack, crack. The magnetic field formed by the hockey continued to crack. It wouldn't be long before the hockey was completely torn apart. The golden-robed young master had already unleashed 379 consecutive spear strikes. However, this person still did not show any signs of fatigue, which made Lin Feng extremely shocked. Wasn't this golden-robed young master's magic power a little too boundless? Could it be that this guy has already broken through to the quasi-emperor realm? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. It was impossible for a giant god realm cultivator to possess such boundless magic power, unless he was a quasi-emperor. No wonder the golden-robed young master was able to suppress him to the point where he was unable to retaliate. The golden-robed young master was a top-notch prodigy. Even when he was at a lower level, he could challenge those who were at a higher level than him. Now, he had broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. Who knew how terrifying his cultivation base was? Lin Feng could challenge those who were at a higher level than him, and so could the golden-robed young master. Therefore, Lin Feng's ability to challenge those who were at a higher level than him was not so obvious when facing the golden-robed young master. However, the golden-robed young master's cultivation base was much higher than Lin Feng's. The giant god realm and the quasi-emperor realm were two major realms. There were many smaller realms in between. No wonder Lin Feng was suppressed so badly. Lin Feng guessed that the reason why the Great Curse art had not been successfully used more than 10 times in a row was because the golden-robed young master's cultivation base was too strong. The higher the cultivation base of the target of the Great Curse art, then the chances of the Great Curse art successfully injuring the opponent would be lower. Kid, you can't escape the fate of death. The golden-robed young master's face was filled with dense killing intent. In his opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die this time. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He ignored the golden-robed young master. He was still constantly using the Great Curse art to attack the golden-robed young master. Crack, crack. The magnetic field formed by the domineering aura was almost completely broken. The golden-robed young master's eyes suddenly lit up. That peerless and terrifying spear pierced through again. The power was even stronger than before. The dense spear light pierced towards Lin Feng. This attack would definitely destroy the magnetic field formed by the domineering aura. Such a terrifying attack might be able to kill Lin Feng. At this extremely dangerous moment, suddenly, puff, a piercing sound was heard. The golden-robed young master's chest was directly pierced through, leaving a bloody hole. The golden-robed young master's attack was immediately interrupted. At this critical moment, Lin Feng successfully used the Great Curse Art to severely injure the golden-robed young master. Lin Feng was so excited that tears streamed down his face. It was really too timely. If he had failed again just now, the one who would be severely injured or even killed at this moment would be him. Those 4 people are waiting for you on the road to hell. Die together. Lin Feng coldly shouted and quickly rushed towards the golden-robed young master. His peerless sword slashed towards the golden-robed young master. The golden-robed young master didn't have the immortal divine body. Naturally, he couldn't recover as quickly as Lin Feng. Therefore, at this moment, after his chest was pierced through, his battle strength was greatly reduced. The golden-robed young master felt an endless sense of weakness sweeping through his body. He knew, at this moment, it wasn't suitable to continue fighting with Lin Feng. He could either end the battle quickly and kill Lin Feng, or he could escape and find a place to heal. The golden-robed young master's pride didn't allow him to choose to escape. Instead, he chose to stay and fight with Lin Feng again. Gods break the sky. The golden-robed young master coldly shouted. He circulated his magic power and stabbed towards Lin Feng with his spear. This spear actually showed the god's shadow. The power of this spear was really too terrifying. It directly pierced through heaven and earth and stabbed towards Lin Feng. When Lin Feng sensed the terrifying power of that spear, he was dumbstruck. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. A ferocious beast on the verge of death was often the most dangerous. He hurriedly placed the stone sword in front of him. Clang! The golden-robed young master's terrifying spear struck the stone sword, and Lin Feng was sent flying. Lin Feng's hand, which was holding the stone sword, cracked from the impact. Blood immediately flowed out. Cough, 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 cough. He coughed violently and directly coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. The golden-robed young master's attack was so powerful that it made people pale with fright. Damn it! Seeing Lin Feng block his spear, the golden-robed young master's face became incomparably gloomy. That spear just now was almost his strongest spear, but it couldn't kill Lin Feng. The golden-robed young master didn't continue fighting. He suddenly stomped his foot and turned into a golden stream of light, fleeing towards the depths of the immortal path to heaven. Chapter 2693. You won't be able to escape. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he quickly chased after the golden-robed young master. His voice was filled with cold, killing intent, and his eyes were filled with endless coldness. The golden-robed young master was already heavily injured, so he had to kill this person. As for the fact that the golden-robed young master came from a great power in the heaven realm, Lin Feng didn't even consider it. Ever since the ancient war, the space-time of the heaven realm and various great worlds had been destroyed. Those great powers in the heaven realm didn't even know who he was. So what if those great powers in the heaven realm could find out who he was through some heaven-defying methods? Could it be that they would still go to the 9 regions? After the space-time domain gate was destroyed, there was only one way for the heaven realm cultivators to go to the 9 regions, and that was to travel through the starry sky. It was unknown how long it would take to travel through the starry sky from the heaven realm to the 9 regions. By the time the heaven realm cultivators arrived at the 9 regions, Lin Feng would have already left. Of course, he didn't know if he could reach the 9 regions. The catastrophe at the end of the ancient era had destroyed the starry sky world, and many starry sky routes had become inaccurate. If the heaven realm cultivators traveled through the starry sky, they might get lost in the starry sky without even seeing the shadow of the 9 regions. They might even die in the starry sky. This was very likely to happen, so Lin Feng wasn't worried about the revenge of the heaven realm cultivators at all. Boy, I'm a cultivator of the Immortal Clan. Do you know the Immortal Clan? If you know, then leave quickly. I won't spread the news that you killed the other 4 people. This is something that will benefit both you and me. What do you think? The golden-robed cultivator asked in a deep voice. Lin Feng naturally knew about the Immortal Clan. In fact, he didn't have a good impression of them. As one of the oldest human powers, the Immortal Clan gradually became one of the most terrifying powers in the Heaven Realm after arriving in the Heaven Realm. They even gradually took control of the Heaven Realm. But at this time, what did the Immortal Clan do? This clan actually didn't admit that they were a branch of the Human Clan. They broke away from the Human Clan. Moreover, they defined the Human Clan as a lowly race with the Celestial Clan and a few other ancient races. Now that he thought about the wicked things the Immortal Clan did, Lin Feng felt angry. So you're from the Immortal Clan. No wonder you're so high and mighty, disregarding the lives of others. When you kill others, have you ever imagined the scene of you being killed? Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. He had no intention of letting the golden-clothed young master go. So what if they were immortals? This young master will kill him without hesitation. Whoosh! Lin Feng stepped on the 8-directional world, and his speed continued to increase. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Endless killing intent burst out from the golden-robed young master's eyes. He had never felt so aggrieved before, being chased all the way. Yet, he had no ability to resist. This feeling was extremely terrible, and it made him feel endless humiliation. He even wanted to stop and fight to the death with Lin Feng. Even if he died, he would drag Lin Feng down with him. However, reason still prevailed over the impulse in his heart. Only by staying alive would he be able to wash away his shame. The golden-robed young master comforted himself. You're quite self-aware. You know that you're a small fish about to be killed. However, the net won't break even if the fish dies. Lin Feng mocked. You dare call me a small fish? The golden-robed young master glared furiously at Lin Feng. You're the one who said we'll fight to the death. You're the one who said you're a fish, and now you're blaming me? Lin Feng said indifferently. The golden-robed young master was speechless. That was just an adjective, okay? He realized that he had no way of communicating with Lin Feng. If he continued, the golden-robed young master suspected that he would die from anger. He increased his speed and fled deeper into the heavenly path. The golden-robed young master hoped to see celestial cultivators so that they could help deal with Lin Feng. However, even after fleeing for a long time, he still didn't see any celestial cultivators. The golden-robed young master's injuries were getting worse, and it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. The distance between him and Lin Feng was getting shorter and shorter. Are you ready to die? Lin Feng sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The golden-robed young master remained silent with a gloomy expression. At that moment, he saw a mountain range appear in front of him. The golden-robed young master quickly rushed toward the mountain range that connected the heavenly path. Lin Feng chased after him into the mountain range. The mountain range was huge, covering an area of 50 to 60 miles. The forest was dense. Tigers roared and apes cried. Fierce beasts could be seen everywhere. Lin Feng caught up to the golden-robed young master in the forest and slashed at him with his sword. The golden-robed young master brandished his battle spear to block. Clang, 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 clang. The golden-robed young master was sent flying. Wah! The golden-robed young master coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as paper. He was now injured on top of his previous injuries. The situation didn't look good for him. The scenery here is beautiful. It'll be a good place to bury you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he charged at the golden-robed young master again. Raging waves. The golden-robed young master roared angrily. Monstrous waves appeared under his feet. He stood on top of the waves and charged at Lin Feng. The golden-robed young master's spear technique was really powerful. This spear technique was even more powerful than the 360,000 spears from before and the divine ability gods break the heavens. Blade storm! Lin Feng shouted coldly. He slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, with him as the center, a storm swept through heaven and earth. If one looked carefully, within the storm, There was actually an endless amount of sword chi. The moment the blade storm was unleashed, its power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Bang! The two of them immediately collided, and the powerful energy shockwaves destroyed the surrounding forest. What happened? There were many cultivators in the mountain range looking for opportunities. Now, they were all alarmed. Those cultivators rushed into the sky. There are cultivators fighting. The cultivators in the mountain range looked at Lin Feng and the golden-robed young master in shock. They quickly rushed in the direction of the battle. More than 100 cultivators hurried over. Lin Feng had been in the heavenly path for a while, but this was the first time he saw so many cultivators. These cultivators were all people with great fortune. Their cultivation bases were extremely tyrannical. Perhaps there would be a few among them who would become the overlords of the universe in the future. Isn't that Helion Yundao of the Celestial Realm's immortal tribe? He's injured, and his injuries seem to be serious. Some cultivators recognized the golden-robed young master. He was a top genius of the immortal tribe. His cultivation base was extremely tyrannical. He was also very famous in the heavenly path. Who is that kid? Did he seriously injure Helion Yundao? Then, everyone looked at Lin Feng. They couldn't help but feel deeply shocked. Chapter 2694. You're really a centipede that doesn't fall down even after death. Even after suffering such injuries, you still have such powerful combat strength. You really surprised me. Lin Feng looked coldly at Helion Yundao. In fact, if Lin Feng didn't have the stone sword, he wouldn't be Helion Yundao's strength at all. However, in a battle between cultivators, the one who could survive to the end wasn't solely based on strength. Many things were involved in this battle. For example, whether a cultivator's Dharma treasure could restrain the other party's Dharma treasure, and many other factors had to be included. Dharma treasures could play a crucial role in a battle of life and death. Are there any friends from the heavenly realm who can help me kill this brat? I, Helion Yundao, will definitely reward you greatly. Helion Yundao ignored Lin Feng and looked at the surrounding cultivators. Helion Yundao is so arrogant, but he actually asked for help from outsiders? The surrounding cultivators were very surprised. They didn't expect Helion Yundao to take the initiative to ask for help. Even though they didn't have any interactions with Helion Yundao, many of them had heard of his character. As a cultivator from the Heavenly Realm's immortal clan, Helion Yundao was high and mighty. He looked down on cultivators from other clans. As for cultivators from other worlds, they were even less in Helion Yundao's eyes. This person is indeed not simple. He actually forced Helion Yundao to such a state. Fortunately, we didn't make a move back then. Otherwise, we would have formed a huge grudge. 3 cultivators stood in the northwest corner of the forest. The one who spoke was the underworld cultivator, Shuo Fengjun. Duamu Long said, Brother Huyan has a unique insight. I wonder what Brother Huyan thinks the outcome of this battle will be. Will that brat be able to kill Helion Yundao successfully? Huyan Zhe said, Helion Yundao should be an arrow at the end of its flight. However, a beast at the brink of death is the most dangerous. Therefore, we can't be careless at this time. Whether or not he can kill Helion Yundao will depend on that brat's methods. Not only were the 3 cultivators from the underworld discussing this battle, but all the surrounding cultivators were also discussing this battle. Naturally, there were heavenly realm cultivators among the 100 cultivators. Moreover, there was more than one heavenly realm cultivator. However, when those heavenly realm cultivators heard Helion Yundao's cry for help, they didn't make a move. As an immortal, Helion Yundao had always thought highly of himself, although they were both heaven realm cultivators. However, Helion Yundao didn't take him seriously. Therefore, those heaven realm cultivators were naturally happy to watch the show, and did not have any intention of helping Helion Yundao. How sad. Did you see that? No one is willing to help you. You're really a failure to live to this extent, Lin Feng said with a sneer. He held the stone sword in his hand and once again charged towards Helion Yundao. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Lin Feng used his powerful sword Dao Theurgy. 10,000 swords returned to origin was unleashed. Billions of sword chi condensed. The dense sword chi gathered together and merged with Lin Feng, forming a giant sword that cut through the void. Then, he instantly charged towards Helyun Dao. The power of that sword strike was truly too terrifying, causing everyone to be shocked and emotionally moved. 9 godly demonic spears. Helyun Dao's expression was gloomy. He roared and used a new ultimate technique. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out. Behind Helyun Dao, the phantom of a god fiend appeared. That god fiend phantom held a battle spear in his hand. The god fiend and Helyun Dao's body merged into one. Helyun Dao seemed to have transformed into that immortal god fiend. His battle prowess was unparalleled. Helyun Dao stabbed out 9 times in a row. One spear could pierce through heaven and earth. The power of 9 consecutive stabs was simply earth-shattering. The 9 spear lights condensed into one. Clang! The dazzling spear light collided with Lin Feng's 10,000 swords returned to origin. Both sides immediately produced a violent collision sound. Helyun Dao's attack was indeed very powerful, but he was already injured. In addition, after being injured, Helyun Dao had gone through many consecutive battles. At this moment, his battle prowess had dropped greatly. He was already exhausted and found it difficult to resist Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng's 10,000 swords returned to origin directly broke Helyun Dao's 9 spears god and demon. Then, Lin Feng held the stone sword in his hand and charged towards Helyun Dao. Shatter the mountains and rivers. Seeing Lin Feng charging over, Helyun Dao leaped up. He held the battle spear in his hand with both hands, then swung the battle spear and fiercely smashed it towards Lin Feng. Even the void was shattered by Helyun Dao's attack. This person really had many tricks up his sleeves. Helyun Dao's cultivation is really powerful. His injuries are so serious, but he can still hold on for such a long time. This person can be considered one of the best among the younger generation of the immortal tribe. Naturally, he has many extraordinary tricks up his sleeve. However, I don't think highly of him. His opponent looks very ordinary, but he's hiding his strength very well. Do you see that stone sword? This person actually has a stone artifact. He's very powerful and has a stone artifact. I'm afraid Helyun Dao won't be able to escape death today. Many people whispered to each other. Their eyes were unblinkingly watching the battle on the battlefield. The stone sword in Lin Feng's hand had an extraordinary origin, but those people clearly didn't know the origin of this stone sword. Many people might have heard of the rumors of the 36 stone swords, but there was no lack of treasures like stone swords among the stone artifacts that had been passed down. Therefore, those cultivators didn't think about it at all. The power of Helyun Dao's shattering of mountains and rivers was astonishing. However, it wouldn't be easy to defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. The stone sword collided with Helyun Dao's battle spear. At this moment, Lin Feng slapped towards Helyun Dao with his palm. Above his palm, endless power of destiny lingered. Helyun Dao also punched towards Lin Feng. Bang! Accompanied by a dull collision sound, the two sides collided fiercely. The power of destiny lingering on Lin Feng's fist instantly broke Helyun Dao's punch. Then, it smashed into Helyun Dao's body and sent him flying. Wah! Helyun Dao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as pale as paper and his body was sent flying. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and waved the stone sword in his hand towards Helyun Dao. I'm not willing to accept this. Helyun Dao roared and held his battle spear, wanting to counterattack. He was the pride of the heaven realm. He was the successor of the immortal race. He had the noblest bloodline in the world. He wasn't willing to die here like this. But everything could no longer be reversed. Lin Feng's attack was too fast. A peerless sword slashed out. Poochie! A tearing sound was heard. Helyun Dao's head was chopped off. Chapter 2695. He's dead. Helyun Dao is dead. Who is that guy? Even Helyun Dao wasn't his match. That guy's life aura is very young. He shouldn't be from the heavenly realm, right? I don't know how he cultivated, but he's actually so strong. Could he be from the Xinhuang world? The cultivators watching the battle began to discuss. Then, they began to discuss Lin Feng's identity. Some people felt that perhaps only the mysterious and unpredictable world of the chaotic bound of Xinhuang could possess such terrifying and extraordinary combat power. This guy actually has a storage ring. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the storage ring. It was left behind by He Lianyun Dao. It seemed that he had obtained it in this space. After taking He Lianyun Dao's storage ring, he had taken He Lianyun Dao's soul origin. Lin Feng quickly left. This was not a place to stay for long. He needed to find a quiet place to refine He Lianyun Dao and the other's soul origin. Then, he would take a look at what was in He Lianyun Dao's storage ring. Lin Feng quickly left. However, the news of He Lianyun Dao's death quickly spread. Although the number of cultivators on the immortal path was small, those who could enter were the top geniuses of various large worlds, or the top experts of the younger generation. Therefore, everyone knew how terrifying He Lianyun Dao, who came from the immortal race, was. Now, He Lianyun Dao had been killed. This was definitely an earth-shattering matter. The immortal race would not let this matter rest so easily. One had to know that the immortal race was not a race that was easy to deal with. This race was abnormally overbearing. This was built on strength. The immortal race was one of the rulers of the heavenly realm. Who would dare to offend them? Not to mention killing an immortal race cultivator. A storm is coming. Just wait and see. Something big is about to happen. Someone said, a storm is coming. The immortal path to heaven might become chaotic. Someone sighed. This is an era of turbulence. Either you go against the heavens and change your fate, or you die prematurely. Someone said, evaluating Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally knew that the outside world was in an uproar. However, he didn't care about this matter at all. With his cultivation, even if he faced the top experts of the immortal race's younger generation, he had no fear. Even if he couldn't defeat them. However, Lin Feng believed that with his methods, it would be very easy to get rid of them. Lin Feng found a place for seclusion in another mountain range. He sealed the place where he was cultivating in seclusion with restrictions. Then, he began to refine the Lianyun Dao's soul origin. There was a restriction on their soul origin, which prevented them from prying into the secrets within. They could only devour the powerful energy contained within the soul origin. After absorbing the original souls of He Lianyun Dao and the others, Lin Feng's soul had broken through once again. His soul power was roughly equivalent to that of a cultivator who had reached the third step, or calmed. Lin Feng's divine sense invaded the storage ring. Everything in the storage ring appeared in his senses. That's a beast egg? Lin Feng looked at the black beast egg in the storage ring in shock. The black beast egg seemed to contain a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The aura was very familiar. The aura of the two-winged demon flood dragon. Is this the beast egg of the two-winged demon flood dragon? Lin Feng was shocked. The Beast King level 2-winged demon flood dragon had launched a beast tide. It was to find the cultivator who had stolen the beast egg. Many people had been implicated and died tragically in the beast tide. Lin Feng had cursed at the time. He didn't know which immoral bastard had stolen the two-winged demon flood dragon's beast egg and implicated innocent people like him. Now, he knew that the culprits were He Lianyun Dao and the others. The 5 of them were quite lucky. They had managed to come out alive after stealing the two-winged demon flood dragon's beast egg. However, the last thing these people should have done was to provoke him. Lin Feng took out the beast egg. The two-winged demon flood dragon was a primordial variant. A powerful primordial bloodline flowed through its veins. Thus, the two-winged demon flood dragon's cultivation was extremely terrifying and abnormally powerful. The Beast King level 2-winged demon flood dragon had reached the Emperor realm. From this, one could see how astonishing the talent of the two-winged demon flood dragon was. Moreover, the two-winged demon flood dragon's body was enormous and very intimidating. It was simply the perfect mount. I'll let the two-winged demon flood dragon's beast egg recognize me as its master first. In the future, it can become my young master's mount. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. His divine sense surged out and entered the two-winged demon flood dragon's beast egg. Lin Feng imprinted his divine sense into the young beast egg's soul. In a flash, Lin Feng had a special connection with the baby beast inside the egg. The young two-winged demon flood dragon was currently in a deep sleep. It would probably take some time for it to hatch. However, Lin Feng guessed that it wouldn't take too long. After sacrificially refining the two-winged demon flood dragon's beast egg, Lin Feng put it back into the storage ring. Then, Lin Feng continued to search for other things in the storage ring. There were some precious natural treasures stored in the storage ring. They should have been obtained by Helian Yundao from the immortal path to heaven. In addition to these natural treasures, there were more than 10 powerful magic treasures. Most of them were pseudo-emperor level magic treasures. In addition, there were 2 bronze artifacts and 1 stone artifact. Of the 2 bronze artifacts, one was a large saber. The other was a giant axe. They were both very powerful. As for the stone artifact, it was a pity because it was damaged. From its appearance, this stone artifact should be a stone artifact. After being damaged, its power was greatly reduced. Lin Feng put away all these things. Then, he walked all the way into the depths. Sometimes, he would see some cultivators appear on the immortal path to heaven. But soon, those cultivators disappeared without a trace. They had probably obtained an opportunity and disappeared. There were many opportunities on the immortal path to heaven. Whether or not one could obtain them depended on whether one had the opportunity. In the distance, 9 moons appeared, hanging in the air. The moonlight fell like a silver river, beautiful and magnificent. Many cultivators were alarmed. They stood on the immortal path to heaven and looked into the distance. The 9th moon cliff has appeared again. A cultivator in scholarly robes said. It was a mysterious cliff that was connected to the immortal path to heaven. Above the cliff, 9 moons floated. That was the origin of the name 9th Moon Cliff. That is a place of treasure, but also a place of danger. It is said that there is a great secret hidden inside, but it is also extremely dangerous, the cultivator in scholarly robes said. Chapter 2696. The cultivator in scholarly robes exuded a scholarly aura, as if he was a scholar who had read a lot of books. His words caused quite a stir. That was because no one knew much about the September Cliff. Even though some people had heard of the September Cliff, they were still filled with curiosity and doubt about it. That was because the September Cliff was filled with mystery. Lin Feng stood not far away and listened. No one recognized him. Perhaps the cultivators here had not seen him kill Helian Dao. Of course, some of them might have recognized him. It was just that they did not make it public. A cultivator asked, "Is there anything special about the September Cliff?" Rumor has it that a terrifying existence is buried in the 9 Moons Cliff, but there are also rumors that there is actually a treasure that can defy the heavens. There are also rumors that there is actually a terrifying creature imprisoned in the 9 Moons Cliff. There are all kinds of rumors, but many years ago, there was indeed an immortal light gushing out from the 9 Moons Cliff, so there must be something extraordinary inside. Later, someone entered the 9 Moons Cliff, and that person was a peerless existence. After he came out, he warned everyone that although the 9 Moons Cliff contained great opportunities, it also contained great dangers, so it was not to be entered. You can't enter it. However, many people did not believe him. Therefore, every time the September Cliff appeared, many people would enter it to explore. However, a terrifying thing happened. Almost all the cultivators who entered the September Cliff died. Died? Could it be that it really contains great danger? Many people were moved, feeling that the September Cliff was very scary. They were guessing what exactly was hidden in the September Cliff. The cultivator in scholarly robes continued, perhaps. Many times, danger and opportunity go hand in hand. It's hard to separate them. The cultivator in scholarly robes' words resonated with many people. This sentence was indeed very reasonable. Opportunity and danger were equivalent to 2 extremes of a matter. One side was positive. One side was negative. The cultivator in scholarly robes continued. When the 9 moons fall, cultivators can bathe in the moonlight and cultivate, absorbing the essence of the 9 moons. Many people were moved and had this idea long ago, although they did not know why 9 moons formed here. However, the power of the moonlight from the 9 moons was extremely pure. It formed a silver river. It absorbed the surrounding cultivators and entered to cultivate. Of course, the 9th Moon Cliff is very strange. When you enter the moonlight to cultivate, you have to be on guard against some unforeseen events. The cultivator in scholarly robes said, "What unforeseen event will happen?" Someone asked. He wanted to take precautions in advance. "This place is too strange. Anything can happen here." The cultivator in scholarly robes said. Many people pondered the words of the Confucian-robed cultivator. It was indeed as the Confucian-robed cultivator said, "With our cultivation, even if something happens to the ninth moon cliff, we can quickly leave the ninth moon cliff and return to the heavenly immortal path." A cultivator said confidently. The cultivator in scholarly robes replied, "That's for the best." Whoosh! There were already some cultivators who couldn't wait any longer and quickly flew towards the Milky Way above the September cliff. It was formed from the essence of the moon. The attraction was simply too great. Although September cliff was dangerous, it was worth the risk. There were a total of over 30 cultivators in the surrounding area. One after another, they soared into the sky and flew towards the ninth moon cliff. "Brother, are you not planning to cultivate at ninth moon cliff?" Lin Feng asked. The cultivator in scholarly robes was somewhat hesitant, but in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of the moonlight energy at the ninth moon cliff. He smiled and said, "I do plan to." Lin Feng nodded and also soared into the sky, flying towards the Milky Way above the ninth moon cliff. The moonlight was the purest form of energy. Lin Feng bathed in the moonlight. He felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up, greedily absorbing the moonlight energy. This feeling was simply too comfortable. Lin Feng circulated the archaic dragon-esque elephant art and began to madly absorb the moonlight energy here. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as if his cultivation had improved. The strength of the moon was extraordinary. It could make Lin Feng's cultivation level increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. His current cultivation level had stopped at the early stage of the 10th heavenly layer. However, as the moonlight energy was continuously devoured and refined by Lin Feng could clearly feel that his cultivation level had begun to rise. Although the speed of his cultivation level wasn't fast, it was steadily increasing. This was his greatest gain. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng's cultivation level rose from the early stage of the 10th heavenly layer to the middle stage of the 10th heavenly layer. Lin Feng's cultivation level was more difficult to raise. Being able to raise it by a small level made Lin Feng very happy. He was still absorbing the power of the moonlight in this place. The moonlight energy was simply too pure. It was very effective in increasing one's cultivation level. Lin Feng's accumulation was too great. It was more difficult for him to break through, so his cultivation level rose less. However, many cultivators' cultivation levels continued to rise after absorbing large amounts of moonlight energy here. These cultivators' cultivation levels improved greatly. The cultivators all revealed excited looks on their faces. Lin Feng's cultivation also rose again. He successfully broke through from the middle stage of the 10th heavenly layer to the late stage of the 10th heavenly layer. This moonlight energy is really powerful. I'll soon reach the peak of the 10th heavenly layer. Lin Feng said happily. The moonlight energy is already so extraordinary. The secret hidden here must be very shocking. A cultivator said. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the depths of the ninth moon cliff. It was pitch black there. He couldn't see anything. However, the greatest secret of the ninth moon cliff might be hidden there. Some cultivators were already greedy. Simply absorbing moonlight energy was no longer enough to satisfy their inner desires. They wanted to explore the secrets of the ninth moon cliff. The bottom of the ninth moon cliff is extremely dangerous. Everyone, it's best not to be rash. The Confucian-robed cultivator said, "What do you know? Fortune comes from danger. If we give up the opportunity in front of us because of the danger, how many opportunities will we miss?" Someone replied with a sneer. "You must know that most of the cultivators who entered the ninth moon cliff died there." The Confucian-robed cultivator continued to persuade. Another cultivator refuted. "You said it yourself. Most of them died there, not all of them. It's obvious that some people came out alive. Since others can come out of the ninth moon cliff alive, why can't we do the same?" The Confucian-robed cultivator was refuted to the point that he didn't know how to persuade these people, when the things they obtained couldn't satisfy their inner desires. Chapter 2697. Lin Feng said, "The ninth moon cliff is indeed very dangerous. I can feel a terrifying power lurking within, so not entering the ninth moon cliff is the best choice." "Brat, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to teach us what to do?" A cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I'm not teaching you what to do. I'm just telling you what I feel." "No one wants to listen to your nonsense," a cultivator retorted. Said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He didn't say anything else. Those people were just courting death. He could not be bothered to say anything else. "How about we go down together and take a look?" a cultivator suggested. He wanted to explore the ninth moon cliff with the others. There was strength in numbers. If they really encountered danger, it would be easy to deal with it. "Okay, I agree. I agree too." The cultivators replied one after another. About 15 or 16 cultivators came to a consensus and decided to explore the ninth moon cliff. Some cultivators were tempted but decided to give up in the end because they felt that the ninth moon cliff was very strange. Absorbing the power of the moon in the Milky Way to increase one's cultivation was already a good opportunity. As for other opportunities, or better yet, there were even greater opportunities. They would be left for others. At least these cultivators had some self-awareness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 cultivators flew toward the depths of the ninth moon cliff. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and continued to absorb the power of the moon. The life and death of those people had nothing to do with him. At that moment, Lin Feng only cared about increasing his cultivation level. He didn't care about anything else. The others were like Lin Feng and continued to absorb the power of the moon to increase their cultivation. More cultivators arrived at the ninth moon cliff. Those who had just arrived also hurriedly absorbed the power of the moon to increase their cultivation. Some people looked toward the depths of the ninth moon cliff as if they wanted to explore, but in the end, they did not have the courage. Of course, it was also possible that they wanted to increase their cultivation first. When the power of the moon could no longer increase their cultivation, they would enter the depths to explore. As Lin Feng was absorbing the power of moonlight, a group of cultivators entered the depths of Nine Moons Cliff. A 1-meter-tall immortal tree floated in the air, surrounded by endless immortal qi. There were 9 fruits on top. Those fruits were extremely special. Each fruit was like a phoenix spreading its wings and soaring high in the sky. Immortal medicine of immortality, 9 phoenix immortal tree. When they saw the immortal tree, the group of people all exclaimed. The immortal herb of immortality was an immortal spiritual root that had been nurtured since the beginning of the epoch. Any immortal herb of immortality had all kinds of wondrous uses. However, the most important use was to allow the cultivator to regain their youth and live another life. More importantly, when one regained their youth, one's cultivation would not fall. This was too frightening. Think about it. A Boundary Emperor Realm cultivator was unable to become a great emperor, and his lifespan was nearing its end. He was about to die. At this time, he swallowed an immortal medicine of immortality. He immediately regained his youth. It was very likely that this quasi-Emperor Realm cultivator would break through to the Great Emperor Realm in the future. A Great Emperor Realm cultivator who was unable to break through to the Immortal Realm. When he was about to die, he swallowed an immortal herb of immortality and lived another life. Perhaps he could break through to the Immortal Realm. This was the greatest use of an immortal herb of immortality. Since ancient times, countless experts had searched all over the universe in order to find an immortal herb of immortality, but they could not find any trace of it. Now, an immortal herb of immortality had appeared here. The group of cultivators' eyes were wide open. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 cultivators quickly pounced on the immortal herb of immortality, wanting to capture the 9 phoenix immortal tree. Now, these cultivators had gone completely crazy. They only had one thought in mind, and that was to obtain this immortal herb of immortality. The immortal herb of immortality had a spirit. Seeing these cultivators chasing after it, the immortal herb of immortality quickly flew into the depths of Ninth Moon Cliff. The immortal herb of immortality was simply too fast. Of course, these cultivators were also fast enough. Moreover, there were cultivators who directly attacked the immortal 9 phoenix tree. They did not mind destroying the 9-phoenix immortal tree. They only wanted to obtain the fruits it bore. Faced with these cultivators' attacks, the 9-phoenix immortal tree suddenly turned into a fire phoenix. The fire phoenix flapped its wings. In an instant, the attacks of these cultivators were all shattered by the fire phoenix. Then, the fire phoenix spread its wings and quickly flew into the depths. "We can't let it escape." "Don't worry, it won't escape." A group of cultivators shouted excitedly. They increased their speed. They quickly rushed into the depths of 9th Moon Cliff. Outside, Lin Feng's body was undergoing changes. He discovered that his sovereign bloodline had begun to circulate on its own. Moreover, it seemed to be showing signs of awakening. Lin Feng's immortal divine blood had awakened by 40%. His sovereign bloodline had awakened by 30%. During these breakthroughs, Lin Feng's bloodline had not been able to awaken. But now, Lin Feng discovered that his sovereign bloodline had changed. This made him very happy. Every time the sovereign bloodline awakened, Lin Feng's bloodline power would increase greatly. With that, his battle prowess would naturally increase as well. When his immortal divine blood and sovereign bloodline each reached 50%, Lin Feng would be able to complete the cycle of yin and yang. Perhaps by then, Lin Feng would have broken through to the Great Emperor realm. Of course, Lin Feng had yet to undergo a deeper bloodline awakening. Bloodline awakening was different from bloodline awakening. Bloodline awakening was the transformation of ordinary blood into a special bloodline. Bloodline awakening was the awakening of some heaven-defying ability left behind by one's ancestors, or the awakening of a powerful bloodline power. In the future, when Lin Feng underwent a deeper bloodline awakening, Lin Feng would be even more powerful and terrifying. The sovereign bloodline began to actively absorb moonlight energy. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing this. Next, the immortal divine blood awakened on its own. Like the sovereign bloodline, it began to actively absorb moonlight energy. Could it be that the two bloodlines are going to awaken again? Lin Feng couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. A huge whirlpool formed above Lin Feng. Moonlight energy poured into the whirlpool continuously. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed many cultivators. Many people looked at Lin Feng. "It's him." A cultivator who had just arrived looked at Lin Feng in shock. "Who is he?" Someone asked curiously. "He's the one who killed Hellion Yun Dao. I heard that the other geniuses of the Hellion clan are looking for him. I didn't expect him to be here." The cultivator said. "What? He's the cultivator who killed Hellion Yun Dao?" Many people were astonished when they heard that. They looked at Lin Feng in awe and veneration. Chapter 2698. Now that Lin Feng's identity was exposed, it caused a huge uproar because Lin Feng's identity was simply too shocking. Recently, all kinds of news about Lin Feng had been spreading like wildfire. Now, everyone finally saw Lin Feng in person. He's really young. The rumors are true. Some people say that he's a cultivator from the Xinhuang realm. I wonder if it's true. There's no smoke without fire. Since that's what the outside world is saying, it might be true. Many cultivators began to discuss softly. Now, more and more people believe that Lin Feng came from the Xinhuang realm. This was because the combat strength that Lin Feng displayed was too strong. He did not seem like a cultivator from the mortal world. And Lin Feng was clearly not a cultivator from the heavenly realm. Then, he could only be a cultivator from the Xinhuang realm or the underworld. Lin Feng could not possibly be a cultivator from the underworld either. This was because cultivators from the underworld were all in spirits and ghosts, and Lin Feng was a human. Then, there was only one possibility left. Lin Feng came from the Xinhuang realm. The Xinhuang realm was a mysterious and unfathomable realm. There were too few rumors about this realm. Cultivators from the outside world did not know much about this realm. The only thing they knew was that this realm, the heavenly realm, and the underworld were known as the three supreme realms of this era. There was a saying that the Xinhuang realm was related to the Khanate life forms. It was widely rumored that the Khanate life forms had fallen after the Great Khanate Life Form War. Countless years had passed and no Khanate life forms had appeared again. However, some people believe that there were actually some Khanate life forms who had survived the war. It was just that those Khanate life forms had entered the Xinhuang realm. After the Great Khanate Life Form War, they had never left the Xinhuang realm. As for whether this rumor was true, no one knew. Many people tried to find the location of the Xinhuang realm, but the Xinhuang realm was too mysterious. It was impossible to find its exact location. Cultivators could ascend and enter the heavenly realm, but there seemed to be no way to enter the Xinhuang realm. Lin Feng was so young, but he had such a terrifying cultivation. Furthermore, he was not afraid of the revenge of the immortal race. This was also why so many people believed that Lin Feng could be a cultivator from the chaotic bound of heaven and earth. Lin Feng didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. He was devouring the moonlight energy with all his might. The pure moon strength fused with Lin Feng's blood. Lin Feng realized that his godly immortal blood and ruler's great imperial blood were changing. At the same time, Lin Feng's realm was also steadily increasing. Lin Feng felt that before long, his cultivation realm would be able to reach peak 10th firmament celestial deity realm. When the time comes, I'll settle down. Then, he could attempt to break through to the giant god realm. Of course, Lin Feng knew that it would not be easy for him to break through to the giant god realm with his cultivation base. Therefore, even if he wanted to attempt to break through to the giant god realm, he needed to make sufficient preparations. Within the 9th moon cliff, the dozen or so experts chased after the 9 phoenix immortal tree and soon arrived at the depths of the 9th moon cliff. A huge valley appeared in the depths of the 9th moon cliff. The valley was densely covered with restrictions and was extremely dangerous. The 9 phoenix immortal tree had turned into a fire phoenix. It had already gained sentience and floated in the air. Its body emitted waves of intense fluctuations. The fire phoenix let out a series of cries from time to time, as if deliberately provoking the dozen or so powerful cultivators. The fire phoenix has gained sentience. It will take some effort to capture it. One of the experts said, "There are restrictions inside. This fire phoenix can enter the restrictions at any time. It seems like it wants to rely on these restrictions to stop us." Another expert said, "Then let's break the restrictions." A third cultivator said confidently, "This person came from the Great Formation world. He had a deep understanding of all kinds of formations. Therefore, he was also very confident in breaking the formations here. Hee, with Brother Shui here, there's naturally no formation that can stump us." A cultivator said. Clearly, he knew this cultivator from the Great Formation world. "When the time comes, we'll have to trouble you, Brother Shui," the others said one after another. "After we capture the fire phoenix, I want one of the immortal fruits. As for how you want to distribute the rest, that's up to you." The cultivator surnamed Shui smiled. "All right, no problem." The others nodded in agreement. Next, the group of people attacked. They directly pounced on the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix transformed from the 9 phoenix immortal tree, drilled into the restriction and disappeared without a trace. The cultivator surnamed Shui began to break the formation. As expected of a cultivator from the Great Formation world, his attainments in formations were extremely profound. The restrictions here were powerful. However, the cultivator surnamed Shui still managed to find a flaw. Of course, it was unrealistic to completely break the formation. The cultivator surnamed Shui opened a passage in the formation. Then, the group of people followed the passage and entered the formation to search for the fire phoenix. "Look, there's a parasol tree." Someone pointed to the depths. In the depths, a huge parasol tree appeared. Legend had it that phoenixes resided on parasol trees. "The fire phoenix is there." Then, a cultivator pointed in a direction. The fire phoenix transformed from the 9 phoenix immortal tree stood on top of the parasol tree. Its eyes were looking at the group of cultivators. Its eyes were extremely cold. The group of cultivators couldn't help but frown. The fire phoenix's eyes seemed to be filled with confidence. No one knew where that confidence came from. "It's just a bluff. That fire phoenix won't be able to escape today," someone said indifferently. He couldn't wait any longer and quickly rushed toward the parasol tree where the fire phoenix was. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura came from a black hole behind the parasol tree. Everyone's attention was drawn to the black hole. Previously, no one had noticed the black hole. That was because everyone's attention was on the fire phoenix. Now, everyone's attention was on the black hole. The aura coming from the black hole made everyone's heart palpitate. Huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, a black fog surged out and shrouded the group of cultivators. Something's wrong. Let's go. The cultivator surnamed Shue's face changed. He couldn't help but shout. He took the lead and rushed outside. The rest of the people also hurriedly rushed outside. But it was too late. The black fog shrouded all the cultivators. Their bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. Why is this happening? The cultivators who were still alive screamed in horror. They were filled with regret. They regretted taking the risk to enter this place. But it was too late to regret now. Everyone was shrouded by the black fog. Then, their bodies exploded. Soul essence, the most delicious food. A sinister voice came from the black hole. Chapter 2699. A large amount of moonlight energy poured into Lin Feng's body. Both his bloodlines and his cultivation were improving. Finally, Lin Feng broke through to the peak of the celestial god realm. This made Lin Feng very happy. He was now only a step away from the giant god realm. Lin Feng's bloodline power was also improving. His sovereign emperor bloodline had risen from 30% to 31%. His undying divine bloodline recovered from 40% to 42%. Lin Feng's bloodline was very powerful. Every time he recovered a part of his bloodline, his battle prowess would soar. Now, Lin Feng felt as if his body had recovered a great amount of power. This feeling was too good. Moonlight energy could no longer help Lin Feng break through. If he did, Lin Feng would break through to the giant god realm. Moonlight couldn't help Lin Feng break through to the giant god layer. However, moonlight energy could continue to improve Lin Feng's bloodline. The reason why moonlight energy was so magical was that it seemed to contain a special kind of energy. Lin Feng could feel that energy, but he didn't know what kind of energy it was. His body was absorbing moonlight energy endlessly. At this time, a sinister voice came from the black hole in the depths of the ninth moon cliff. After refining these souls, I've recovered a little. However, it's not enough. It's far from enough. I need more souls. As the voice fell, black fog surged out of the black hole and rushed out of the ninth moon cliff. The black fog swept across the world, rolling violently and emitting waves of shocking energy. It didn't take long for the black fog to reach the outside. What's that? Someone exclaimed as he pointed at the black fog flying out from the depths of the ninth moon cliff. Not good. Run. When Lin Feng saw the black fog, he couldn't help but look glum. He felt a great danger sweeping over him. The black fog was definitely extremely terrifying. Lin Feng guessed that the cultivators who had entered the depths of the ninth moon cliff were most likely dead by now. The cultivator in scholarly robes and himself had advised those people not to enter the depths of the ninth moon cliff. However, those people didn't listen at all. Some even spoke ill of them. Those people had only themselves to blame for dying tragically in the depths of the ninth moon cliff. However, it seemed that the cultivators who hadn't entered the depths of the ninth moon cliff were about to suffer a calamity. This made Lin Feng quite depressed. We've always been honest, okay? However, the world was extremely cruel. It wouldn't be gentle with us just because you didn't do anything risky. Many times, this was what it meant by calamity. Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone quickly rushed outside, each of them pushing their speed to the limit. However, the speed of the black fog was very fast. It caught up in an instant and enveloped everyone. It then dragged the cultivators into the depths of the ninth moon cliff. Some of the cultivators of the Emperor of the Ninth Moon Cliff. Those cultivators relied on powerful treasures or talismans to break free from the shackles of the black mist. Then, he quickly escaped. Break. Lin Feng released his domineering aura. He wanted to use his domineering aura to break the black fog's restraint on his body. However, he failed. The black fog was very strange. His domineering aura couldn't suppress the black fog. One could only escape by relying on some special Dharma treasures or escape talismans. However, Lin Feng didn't have any of these things. Including Lin Feng, there were still more than 20 people who didn't have any Dharma treasures or escape talismans. Therefore, Their bodies flew uncontrollably toward the depths of the ninth moon cliff. Bang! Along the way, some of the weaker cultivators were the first to be unable to withstand the terrifying pressure emanating from the black fog. Their bodies collapsed and they died on the spot. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. My future is bright. I can't die here. Spare me. Spare me. My father is the world master of the mysterious sky world. As long as you spare me, I can give you endless benefits. No matter what you want, I can give it to you. Many people's minds were completely out of balance. Few could remain calm in the face of death. One by one, they screamed in horror. This was human nature. No one wanted to die. It was better to live than to die. This sentence was very reasonable. However, no one paid attention to these people's pleas. A terrifying aura pervaded between heaven and earth. It was emitting waves of shocking fluctuations. Bang, bang, bang. The cultivators' bodies exploded in midair. They couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure from the black fog at all. No one knew what kind of existence it was that killed them all. Lin Feng used his domineering aura to protect his body. Although his domineering aura couldn't break free from the black fog's devouring. However, it could protect his body from being hurt. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't suffer a calamity. When he entered the depths of the ninth moon cliff, Lin Feng saw the huge parasol tree. He also saw the fire phoenix on the parasol tree. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. There was actually a fire phoenix living here. It was really shocking. However, Lin Feng soon felt that something was wrong with the fire phoenix. This was a very special feeling, a very mysterious feeling. Lin Feng opened his heavenly demon snake eyes and looked at the fire phoenix. He was shocked because he saw the fire phoenix's true body. It wasn't a real fire phoenix, but an immortal medicine. It's actually the nine phoenix immortal tree. Lin Feng's heart was pounding like a tidal wave. Immortal medicine. This was an extremely heaven-defying treasure. A complete immortal medicine could allow a person to live another life. The ancient emperors. The ancient immortals. In order to find immortal medicine, they searched the heavens. Now, an immortal medicine had appeared here. If he could catch this nine phoenix immortal tree and cultivate it himself, it would be great. It was rumored that some heaven-defying experts, they had all planted immortal medicines. It was to prolong their lives when they were old. Of course, now wasn't the time to think about catching the nine phoenix immortal tree. Instead, he was thinking about how to get through this crisis. Bang, bang, bang. Cultivators' bodies exploded one by one. After arriving here, only 5 cultivators' bodies didn't explode. Those 5 cultivators included Lin Feng, a woman in a black dress, and a cultivator with a mask covering his face. Lin Feng didn't know who he was. One of them was a cultivator with 4 golden wings, and the other was a cultivator from the white hair race. These 5 cultivators all had their own methods, so they didn't suffer. However, they couldn't get rid of the black fog. Everyone's face was extremely gloomy. They could feel the aura of death enveloping their bodies. The black hole emitted a powerful suction force. Chapter 2700. It was pitch black inside the black hole, so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. A cold and terrifying aura emanated from the place. Lin Feng and the others turned solemn. They didn't know what kind of terrifying existence was hiding inside the black hole, so they were naturally worried about their own safety. Delicious, truly delicious. Kikik. A sinister voice resounded in the cave. It seemed like a terrifying existence was speaking in the darkness. The female cultivator threw out a few luminous pearls, which instantly lit up. Everyone could see the scene inside the cave clearly. There was actually a cloud of black fog floating in the cave. A mysterious existence seemed to be hiding inside the black mist, devouring the souls of the dead cultivators. "Who are you?" the female cultivator asked. "I'm someone who has long been forgotten," the existence in the black mist said sinisterly. "You're from the previous epoch." Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The black mist was very strange. He had encountered it before, so Lin Feng felt that this existence was from the previous epoch. It was a terrifying existence with incredible means. The previous epoch? The existence in the black mist laughed sinisterly. How come I don't know that I'm from the previous epoch? I've almost forgotten my own origin. You're not from the previous epoch? Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng had the impression that the mysterious cultivator's chi was similar to that of a cultivator from the previous epoch, but the mysterious cultivator didn't seem to be from the previous epoch. Lin Feng didn't understand. He didn't know what extraordinary origin this mysterious existence had, but Lin Feng felt that this mysterious existence was giving off an indescribable feeling. Delicious, truly delicious. As the mysterious creature devoured the soul sources of the dead cultivators, it continued to mutter some words. The soul essences of the dead cultivators seemed to be very useful to him. After devouring the soul essences of those dead cultivators, Lin Feng could clearly sense that the mysterious existence's aura had become much stronger. How many years has it been since I last devoured the soul source of a cultivator? This feeling is really nostalgic. The voice of the mysterious being was extremely sinister. His sinister eyes looked towards Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others acted as if they were facing a great enemy. In the face of such a terrifying existence, no one could remain calm. Sir, do you wish to fight us? The cultivator with 4 golden wings said indifferently. His wings seemed to be made of metal and emitted a metallic luster. The 4 wings were terrifying. They were the feathers of an immortal spirit. It was surrounded by a mysterious power. Are you worthy? The mysterious existence sneered. Whoosh! In the next moment, he appeared in front of the cultivator, and a withered hand reached out from the black fog. Like the ghost claw of a malicious spirit, it clawed toward the cultivator's neck. The cultivator's reaction was also extremely fast. His 4 wings flapped with lightning-like speed, creating whooshing sounds. Like 4 golden swords, they quickly slashed towards the existence within the black fog. Kill him! Lin Feng shouted. If he didn't make a move now, when would he make a move? He took the lead and rushed towards the mysterious being. Then, he circulated his 3 types of qi, wanting to suppress the mysterious being. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that the other 3 cultivators directly fled outside. Obviously, they didn't plan to fight with the mysterious being. They wanted to escape while the mysterious being was attacking the 4-winged clan cultivator. Damn! Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Seeing that the others didn't plan to make a move, he also withdrew his qi and ran outside. Puff! The mysterious being was really too terrifying. It directly pierced through the 4-winged clan cultivator's wings. Then, its sharp claw-like hand pierced through the 4-winged clan cultivator's head. 5 bloody holes appeared on the 4-winged clan cultivator's head. Those were the 5 bloody holes left behind by the mysterious being's fingers. After killing the 4-winged clan cultivator, the mysterious being instantly disappeared without a trace. Then, he appeared at the entrance of the cave. Puff! The mysterious being attacked and locked onto the white-haired clan cultivator. Its sharp claws pierced towards the white-haired clan cultivator's head. The mysterious being's appearance was really too sudden. The white-haired clan cultivator didn't even have time to react. 5 bloody holes appeared on his head. The white-haired clan cultivator died a miserable death. Lin Feng, the female cultivator, and the masked cultivator all retreated. Kikik, none of you can escape. The mysterious being laughed maliciously. As though it had teleported, it arrived in front of the masked cultivator. It attacked the 4-winged clan cultivator and the white-haired clan cultivator in exactly the same way. It pierced towards the masked cultivator with a single hand. The most terrifying thing about this mysterious being was that it was too fast. The speed of its attack was also very fast. It was so fast that people didn't have time to condense a powerful divine ability to deal with it. The masked cultivator opened his mouth and spat out a demonic saber. The demonic saber quickly enlarged and slashed towards the mysterious being. However, the mysterious being was really too terrifying. It actually grabbed the demonic saber. Then, it lightly slashed with its right hand. Puff! The masked cultivator's head was chopped off by his own magic treasure. The masked cultivator died. Swoosh! The mysterious being disappeared again. The next moment, It appeared in front of the female cultivator. That female cultivator was a stunner. Whether it was her figure or her face, they were both impeccable. Even though Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, he still couldn't help but be stunned. After seeing that female cultivator, he couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. Such a woman. Any normal man would want to hold her in their arms and love her dearly. But obviously, this mysterious being wasn't a normal person. It didn't know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Its sharp claws swiped towards the female cultivator. Two short blades appeared in the female cultivator's hands and slashed towards the mysterious being. But the mysterious being's claws were too sharp. They easily broke the female cultivator's weapons. Then it grabbed the female cultivator's neck. Seeing that you're a woman, I'll leave you with a complete corpse. The mysterious being looked at the female cultivator with a gloomy expression. The female cultivator looked at the mysterious being with fear and begging eyes. Don't. Such a beautiful fairy. It's too much of a waste to just kill her. Lin Feng shouted. Crack. A moment later, the mysterious being broke the female cultivator's neck. The female cultivator died a horrible death. When Lin Feng saw the female cultivator's face, he sighed. She was such a beautiful woman, and surprisingly, she had been killed. What a pity. The mysterious being looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. You're about to die, yet you still have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Now I really want to pry open your head and see what you're thinking, Swish. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.